let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. What is going on, everybody? Hopefully you are in your commute or you're getting ready for the day, about to homeschool kids, in the bus, the subways, the trains, the planes, wherever you're at. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're ready to lock in, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to lock right in. 500 people right off the bat. Good morning to you, 500 people. Good morning to everybody who ends up watching the video. Whoop, whoop. Man, I wasn't trimming nose hairs. I actually could. I'm keeping it on deck just in case, because, why not? But that is not what I was doing. I was praying. I was getting that prayer in, and I just had to do that. I had a couple of minutes, which I knew wasn't going to last long, but I was like, you know what? I got to just run off and pray really quick. Let's just jump right in. There's some people who are, what we're going to cover. We're going to cover Candace's episode, of course. We're going to go through that. I'm going to be weaving in some other stuff. I'm going to be weaving in some Ben Shapiro, some Dave Smith. Then we're going to go deeper into what Dave Smith was talking about with Candace, because that was released on his website, like you guys were trying to tell me. I didn't realize. I thought it was a YouTube channel. It was actually his website, and now he has released that fully. So we will get a little breakdown of that, and then we're gonna jump into Hayden, man. I want to talk about Hayden. I want to talk about Hollywood. I want to talk about the stuff she was going through. I didn't know about any of this stuff, and I really want to jump over there. I'm not going to get into, accusatory of who did what, but I just think it's interesting that she gave this interview that I'm going to go through with you guys, and then 3 months later, she pops up gone. I think there's something to that. So we'll get into that. Honestly, you guys know where I'm going to go next. You guys know. Can you guess what it's going to be? Say it in the chat. What do you think I'm going to pull up right now? What do you think I'm going to pull up? Bang! buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. Ladies and gentlemen, I always put it in the descriptions. You do not even need it pinned. It is always in the description for you guys, but I will pin it, okay? Because I like to help out, like to accommodate you guys, but it is always in the description. Spotify is always in the description. We are always on those two things. Let me throw this in there for you guys real quick. Let me just bang. There it is. That's in Twitch. That's in Kick. That's everywhere right now. If you're a part of those platforms, I see some people in Twitch land are like, "Hey man, where is the sub button?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm 40, so I don't know what a sub button even is." So there you go. That's your way to support if you so choose. You do not have to. It's not a have to type of thing. We just put it out there for you guys. And of course, we're on Spotify. You can hit up Spotify. Having wonderful times on Spotify. I'm going to be dropping. I have a bookmark folder in X of stuff that I'm only going to cover on Spotify. It's going to be episodes that are like, maybe like 15 minutes, something like that. And it's stuff that I can only talk about there because there's certain things, certain creators that have been deplatformed that you can't talk about anywhere, but you can talk about on Spotify. So I'm going to be jumping into that just a little bit. Now, one of those creators may or may not be this person. I don't understand why everyone's mad that I put this up. A bunch of people saying my eyes, this, that. What's the problem? Can a guy just do his show? What's the issue? I don't get it. Nick looks fantastic. Everybody's just upset with, geez, relax. The guy's just having a time. What's the problem? Ben Shapiro was doing the same thing. What's the big deal? If you got the body for it, why not? What's going on with everybody? Anyway, I got a few attacks for that one. A lot of people didn't like that I showed this. It wasn't me. It was this person. I don't know who this guy is. Red Pill USA? I don't know. Oh, he said Tyler Robinson did it and Philadelphia had nothing to do with it. Trust me, bro. Well, I mean, that is kind of what he says, right? Anyway, absolutely crazy. Didn't actually do. He never does this in his show, okay? He never does this in his show, all right? For those of you that don't watch Nick, That's not his studio setup. Okay. He's always well dressed. Sometimes he has that sweater on, which I don't really like all that much, but most of the time he's suited. He's suited and zooted most of the time. Anyways, guys, let's jump in. Julian Dory says he is tired. Why is he tired? He says, I am tired, fam. Apparently, Bill Gates's daughter, what is his name? Phoebe reportedly took a secret class at Stanford focused on controlling society and ruling the world. Oh man. Oh gosh. It's just beautiful lady, beautiful lady, dark soul, taking after her father, I guess. Jeez. Right when you think it's all done, man, you're like, well, Bill's on the way out. It's fine. He can only have so many heart transplants. There's only so many times you can do that type of thing. He's not going to survive till the immortality comes with robotics. He's not going to live till that time. And then his daughter's just like, I got it. And you're just like, oh, fine. They're just gonna keep on going, right? Anyway, at least she's prettier than Bill, these bags of milk billionaires are, it's getting a little much, every guy ends up looking like Mr. Burns, right? Anyway, if you're gonna rule the world, like, fine, whatever. I don't know. It sucks. It just keeps going. Klaus Schwab, Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum? He has a daughter too. And his daughter's like, population's too much, too big. You're like, wait a second, what? Too big. I read a headline. Okay, I'll admit it. But it's conceivable that that's how she feels. So now she's going to run things. And you're like, but wait a second, isn't this supposed to stop? Why can't they just be like Henry Kissinger and just leave, right? George Soros has his son, Alex, I believe his name is, Alex Soros. It's like, hey, man, come on. This is not fair. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It should be like Cuba. In Cuba, the Castros, there's a bunch of Castro children. I don't just mean Justin Trudeau either. There's a bunch of Castro children, and they're just doctors and stuff. They're just around, They don't step into the, Very nice people in Cuba. Very, very nice people. I was talking to my buddy's wife. I was like, you guys don't just put those people on a boat and just kick them off the island? She's like, no, they're doctors. They're nice people. And I'm like, what the really? Very nice people in Cuba. If that were to happen in America, if you had a Castro in America and that guy was gone and then that guy had a bunch of kids, the American people would be like, get out. All of you. Every single one. Don't care if you have kids. All of you out. Oh, it'd be terrible. They would kick them out. Be done. Canada doesn't do that with Justin Trudeau, right? Justin Trudeau has a son who's a rapper. Did you know that? He's a rapper. Ugh, just ridiculous. Anyway, I don't want to start airing out my grievances here. Let's get into some stuff. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen. Candace Owens just posted this a second ago. This clip is great. I actually think this clip is great. She's like, it's shocking that these are the people Turning Point USA now pay to train their students. How can the organization fall this hard, this quickly away from what and who Charlie was? These people belong on reruns of Jerry Springer and Maury. When you're homesick from school, oh, those were the days. I have zero tolerance for the people trying to convince us that Erika is some godly woman when this is who and what she authorizes to go fight her battles. I mean, listen, you're going to hear some swearing, okay? I'm warning you right now, okay? Let me just play this clip. This clip is...
Oh, he apologized.
How about you don't
physically attack my husband? How about you don't come over around the table and shove his chair thinking you can get away with that shit?
I can't believe it's been like over a year and you still have, I get it because we haven't met personally, but you did berate me already.
Hang on, let's just pretend your husband came across.
No, I get it. I get what you mean.
Did the same exact thing to her.
You motherfucker.
I say,
if you're going to talk shit to me, no, not right now. I'm not talking about right now. I'm saying if you're going to talk shit, I'm saying and the other time, if you're going to talk shit, if you're going to mock me and ridicule me, then expect me to be a self-advocate.
Oh, shit harder, crazy lady.
Not so much fun now. Somebody can defend me.
No, it's not so much fun when she has to confront somebody who can defend themselves.
In a lot of cultures, it would be very embarrassing to have your wife
in a lot of cultures, it would be embarrassing to get your face punched in by that guy's wife.
Hey,
over
guys, no
honor.
violence.
Okay, so
No
are
violence.
you threatening?
I'm just listen. You guys know I back Candace. You guys know, right? But I'm just saying, if turning point debates turn into that, I'm tuning in. I'm just saying, I'm watching. I'm gonna be locked in. I'm just saying, if all of a sudden they're doing stuff like that, you're gonna have Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum's gonna be there. All right, y'all, we got the envelope here. This blue-haired lady is with this other blue-haired lady. One of them pregnant somehow, and they say that the other one, but they both women. I don't know nothing about it. But one of them is the father of this baby. Okay. One of y'all is the father of this baby. It's either him there or that blue-haired lady there. But that blue-haired lady have the thing, the ding-a-lang, could get someone pregnant, but that's a lady. Anyway. Okay, you are the father, blue-haired lady with the ding-a-lang. If that's what the turning point debates turn into, I'm ready. Okay? I'm 100% ready for that. Yeah. If you have Graham Allen standing up on a desk being like, why don't you come here and say it to my face, you green hair freak? I'm watching and clipping it and making an episode right away. What? Are you kidding me? I'm just saying. I'm 100% watching. I have to watch it. You have Graham Allen get in the fights with people. People are throwing chairs. Someone whips a microphone. Graham picks up a chair, throws it. I'm in. I'm sorry. I don't know. Listen, hate me if you want to. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for that world. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. They have all these like little sit down debates, and you're like, can I ask you a question? How come it hasn't devolved into actual Jerry Springer yet? I'm not saying it should. I'm not saying it's good for society. I'm just saying, how has it not done that yet? Talk shows turned into Jerry Springer real quick. You remember Jenny Jones? You guys remember Jenny Jones? Ricky Lake? What? You don't remember all that? It went from Oprah is Phil Donahue, and then all of a sudden Maury came in, and Ricky Lake and Jenny Jones, and it was like I never want to go to school again. I want to just watch these shows. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Turning Point has an opportunity to fill a void. Give these kids what they're missing. Someone said Sally. Come on. Remember Sally? Come on. I'm saying, where are all those shows at? Those It is crazy that it is crazy that they had Andrew train their debaters. It is crazy. It is very crazy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. anyways, I'm just saying, I'm with it. I'm in. If that happens, I'm in. I would listen. I'll host. I'll just put it out there right now. Turning Point. I mean, you're hiring Andrew. What's the big deal? I'll host. If your debates get like that, I will host. Okay. I'm switching sides, guys. I'm switching sides. I am in. Are you kidding me? Let's go. TP. That's what people be doing instead of Jerry. TP. All right, guys, settle down. Settle down. Settle down. We have Braylon Hollyhand here, and he's going toe-to-toe with this green-haired weirdo. This green-haired weirdo is a communist out of Seattle. Braylon Hollyhand is just like Lindsey Graham, and you guys all know what exactly I mean. You know. And then they just go at it. They just fight. They just debate for like 10 seconds, and then they start fighting. Oh, man. Count me in. Oh my gosh, you know. Anyway, I never wanted to go back to school when I found those shows. Yeah, right? Those shows were something. Anyways, guys, let's get into some stuff here. Candace Owens talking about, apparently there was something released. Let's jump over here first. The prosecutors filed a final brief in Tyler Robinson case today. What day was that when this was released? And it's the 19th. That was today. Okay, this is midnight. This person posted this. Okay, so Candace Owens had this to say towards this right away. She said, "This is the prosecution's argument. Can you guys stop quoting the prosecution's filing as evidence of what the defendant did or did not do? It's unbearably low effort slop. We the people deserve better psyops." Is there a shirt that says that yet? I mean, dude, someone needs to make that shirt ASAP. So that is what is there. And of course, you're talking about low effort slop right away. Gary is just like, ouch, ouch. But I thought Baron Coleman said they conceded nothing, right? And then you had this part here. This is the part that he's highlighting. I'll read that off to you guys. Oh, you cannot see that, can you? Not really. Anyway, the defendant does not challenge the substance of the evidence demonstrating that he was the person who crawled to the sniper's perch on the low-C building rooftop, fired the fatal shot that offed Mr. Kirk, hid the rifle in the wooded area, got rid of some of the clothing he was wearing, told his roommate to delete the text messages about the offing, rather he merely asserts the repeatedly rejected claim that the overwhelming evidence establishing some of the facts could not be introduced as reliable hearsay at the preliminary hearing. So Gary is saying, ouch. At least Gary didn't say oof. I'll give him that. Listen. You want to say ouch, that's fine. A good old American ouch, all good. At least he didn't say oof, you know? Anyways, so that's what he said there. And then Daisy steps in to give him a lesson. I mean, it's the worst when Daisy hands out lessons. I mean, it's just, that hurts. It hurts more. It's like when I started praying for him, you know, it just hurts way more. Daisy then says, Andrea Burkhart had a great breakdown of the last week's defense filing, plus her own thoughts about it. You should give it a read. See, and that's where Daisy's very petty. You know he can't read. You know that very well. You know he's not reading things, right? Maybe he can read. Yeah, he must be able to, right? Runs a 7-figure company, for God's sakes. Of course the guy can read. But you know he's not. You know he's not going out of his way to read things. Someone's chanting Daisy. Daisy, Daisy, Daisy. Listen. Do you guys mind if we just turn this show into Jerry Springer? And I just start hosting people on the show like that live, and they just start fighting and throwing chairs like that. Do you guys mind if I just turn the show into that? I'm just saying. I'm the guy for it. I will do that. Okay. And we will make this a staple in society. Anyway, someone right away. Let's go. Daisy then says, check out paragraph 3, where she says, this doesn't mean they are conceding authenticity or foundation or any other argument that goes to its admissibility at trial. I know you have a lot more experience in this field than they do, though, so you're probably both wrong. Oh, there you go. Daisy just Daisy handing out L's, you know? Jesse on Fire is the co-host. That would be funny. He'd be good. And then we have Valhalla as security. Valhalla could be like Steve, you know? Jerry Springer had Steve. Valhalla can be Steve. and he gets in the middle. He gets in the middle of people. Gets in the middle, you know? I can't wait. Let's make it happen, guys. Let's make it happen. So I'm not reading all that. Hey, I'm with Gary. I'm not reading all this. I don't know. There we go. Daisy handing out lessons. Ouch. Right? Sucks to be Gary, you know? Daisy actually said she made me something. I don't know if she sent it to me yet though. She said she made something. She said it was special. I'm not going to tell you what it is unless I get it. If she gives it to me, then I will show you guys, and it will be absolutely hilarious. Now we have Graham Allen, ladies and gentlemen. Graham Allen, a little upset. This is just a little, little intro stuff we're doing here. Graham Allen's very upset. Who's he upset with? Well, he's trying to make it seem like he's upset with Candace Owens because that's the thing to do. But in actuality, he's upset with Patrick Bet-David, of all people. So let's get into that.
How do you reason with people that their morality can be twisted and contorted so much that it only appears as a dollar sign? It is murder content. It is blood money to all of these people. None of these people care about anything. Who won the debate? Candace won because she got the money. She got the money and she was introduced to people who don't watch her show already. And she got tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of subscribers during the thing. And then Andrew Wilson won because he paid, in Patrick Bet-David's view, $300,000 for what Patrick Bet-David deemed to be worth $50 to $200 million worth of advertising. So he got a steal. And now everybody knows Andrew Wilson's name. You can't buy that kind of publicity. How do you reason with people that their morality can be twisted and contorted so much that it only appears as a dollar sign?
Listen, this is Patrick Bet-David you're talking about. Everybody knew this about Patrick Bet-David. You know? Are you mad at Pat? Don't try and link Candace Owens to Patrick Bet-David's way of thinking. You can't do that. You can't even link Patrick Bet-David's way of thinking to Andrew. You can't do that. What are you trying to do here? Graham's just running out of stuff. It's okay. He says Patrick Bet-David confirms the dark reality that the great debate was about money and nothing else. No, that's what it was about for Patrick Bet-David. He's a numbers guy. Listen, it's really about the dollars. How many dollars did everyone get? This guy got dollars, not in the form of dollars, but in the form of advertising dollars. She got real dollars, okay? This is real dollars in the bank, in the pocket. That's the kind of dollars I like. I'm a numbers guy, right? Tom, can you tell me how many dollars she got? 300,000, Pat. It's a lot of dollars there, okay? That's a lot of dollars. Okay. Adam, I know you're happy about these dollars. I know you don't like Candace, but you're probably happy about these dollars. Listen, Pat, I really like the dollars. I mean, what can I say? You guys know I like dollars. 300,000, that's a lot of dollars. I like those dollars. $200 million in advertising. I don't like those dollars as much, but they lead to real dollars, and I like those. Hey, listen, that's Patrick Bet-David. Everybody knows Patrick Bet-David. You know what his show's about. What are you mad about, Graham? Graham's just figuring out who Patrick Bet-David is, huh?
How can you debate, negotiate, reason with people that their only purpose in life is money, advertising? Baptism is key, he says, to converting audience, to converting ad revenues and sales, for the CPM to be higher, for the top of funnel to be more, to where more people turn into buying loyal customers. The only problem is they're using my friend Charlie to do it.
Yeah. I'm not, when a lot of people say that, even if Andrew Colvett talks about his friend Charlie, I can feel bad. I can feel like, yeah, I know what he's going through. When Graham says it, I don't feel it at all. Not even a little bit. You had a business relationship with Charlie. You met up with him because you guys were on the same side, quote unquote. That's it. If Charlie flipped, you would have flipped on Charlie, you know? And you worked for the pentagram. The pentagram. It's a little honesty slip there. You worked for the Pentagon. And we don't even know if you still work for the Pentagon. You know, you have a DOD X profile, and it's still there. We don't know what's going on with you, Graham, but you don't get to call out people when you're just doing the bidding of some dark entity. You're just in some weird shadow position where we don't know if you're in or out of the federal government. And you're coming and trying to tell everybody about, you know, morality. And, oh my God, I can't believe this is about money. Like, are you getting paid from the Pentagon still? Is that a thing that you're doing still? Right? Is your podcast that you're doing this on monetized? So what are you talking about? I mean, not to defend Patrick Bet David, but it's like, come on, man. What are you doing here? You know? Anyways, let's move on from Graham Allen. You know, I know some of you are calling him Gay Allen, and that is frowned upon around here. I don't know why you guys are doing that. Listen. It doesn't make you that way if guys who are that way like you. Okay? There might be a guy or two that looks at me and says, wow, look at that guy, huh? And you know what I mean? They want to get the Diddy oil out and they want to rub it on my head. That doesn't say anything about me. I didn't do that. I didn't make them feel like that. That's them. So I get where Graham's coming from, you know? Anyway, someone said that Adam impersonation was spot on. Impersonating Adam is like, it's like doing a young Trump. It's like Trump without all the wild things that Trump does, you know? It's just a raspy voiced guy. Listen, I've been telling you guys this for a long time, right? I've been telling you guys this for a very long time, okay? There's a lot of things that we have to talk about here. You know what I mean? It's like the same voice, but it's not. When he gets older, he's going to sound just like Trump. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? He's going to sound just like him. God help us if he becomes president, right? Anyway, let's keep going here. This is very interesting. So I just said, whoa, to this when I saw this, you know? Someone said Gary has a crush on me. I hope not. You know, that would be a lot, you know, that'd be a little too much, right? I like him tall. My wife's tall, you know, my wife's taller than Gary. Isn't that crazy? That's nuts. Anyway, Diligent Dennison actually came through with this. I don't know what this is going to become. I don't know what this is. I don't talk to Diligent Dennison all the time, but he says every single Fed slop shill who made money to lie on an innocent family and expose themselves as assets of the deep state to cover up what happened to Charlie is about to have a very bad week. When did he say this? This was yesterday. This was less than 24 hours ago. And this is one of Tyler's family members. I don't know if this is his grandmother. I doubt it's his mother. Looks, you know, not to insult her. Yeah, she's, you know, very pretty older lady, but I don't know what's going to be going on here. So basically, he is in a house that seems like this is a family member of Tyler Robinson. And this lady is pointing at a picture of Tyler. And I guess this is Tyler's like family, like his brothers, et cetera, et cetera. So this is going to be wild. Wild. I don't know what he's about to release. I don't know if he did an interview with this lady. I don't know. Someone said Granny, I would say. Yeah, it is. Someone said she looks mad. Yeah. She looks like, you know, don't talk about my grandbaby like that, you know? I don't know. This is interesting. So I don't know what he's about to drop, but stay prepared. If you're on X, of course, you know, just, you know, hit that follow on Diligent Dennison and you'll stay up to date. If not, I'm going to be bringing this to you guys right away. Right away. I'm going to be bringing this to you guys. I have no idea what he's going to be bringing, but it seems like it's going to be something that none of us have heard. And Diligent is known to do that. And also he's been in Utah. He just had a video. Shout out to Diligent Dennison. He just had a video where he was in a stairwell. Let's see if we can find any of that. He was giving us a breakdown. He's in Utah here too. The good people of Orem, Utah. know we're being lied to about what happened to Charlie. Many are coming forward to shed light on the truth. Over the next weeks, things will come out that will rock how we see the gov. That's very, like, you see what I mean? Like, he's tuned in. He's tuned in, and it seems like the people in Utah trust him. They're willing to talk to him. He's probably one of the first person that's actually like looking at
they allegedly found the rifle.
Let me see here. Let's take a look at this.
So this is the backyard where the chicken coop is, where they allegedly found the rifle on the other side, just across the street from UVU. And yeah, anyways. So
is he in that person's backyard? Diligent Dennis. How everybody in Utah is just letting him into their house. He's just like, yeah, can I come in? I heard there was a rifle found on the other side. They're like, come on in, man. Get on in here. Yeah, he does leg work. There's no one else doing leg work like Diligent Dennison. Straight up. There's just nobody else doing work like this guy. Let me see what else. He had this one. He says, shout out to Billy Webb, who built relationships with most of the neighbors around UVU and made introductions for me. Oh, wow. I'm already following Billy. I know I am. You should too, if you're on X. You can give that a little repost there. A little love for Diligent there. What else is this guy doing? I didn't even think about that. I'm trying to find the stairwell, but I'll find that in a second. Let's go through some of the stuff that he has going on here. Check this out.
Here's the command center. There's the Lucy building. As you can see, the entire thing through the trees. Same time last year. You can even see the corner where he jumped. Wow. There's the corner. That's where he jumped, right there.
Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. So this is literally just randomly. I'm just checking this out. The good people of Utah. Okay. So I guess they're just opening their doors to him. Let me see if I can find that stairwell one he did. I think this is it. Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, UVU footage intentionally degraded. Meet Axis P3275 LVE dome camera, 1080p, with various upgrades possible. It has AI face detection capabilities, audio reception, and 30 to 60 frames per second and more. These are the cameras. Whoa, these are they're on UVU. Interesting. Okay. So he's showing you what these cameras actually are. I'm telling you, he's doing a lot of legwork, man. A lot of legwork. Wild. Okay. So let's see what's up. So why are they degraded then? Huh. Here, let's check this out. Check Mike. Oh, come on. I knew it. I was surprised those other videos didn't have music in them, honestly. So, whoa. No. Run that back. So this is actually the footage? Huh. That's a lot clearer than what we've been seeing. That's for sure. That right there was clear as the noonday sun. Let me see here. Let's see if we can see Tyler. I know it's not. I can make it bigger for you guys there. Is that Tyler? I don't know. Interesting. No, I can't blow it up. If I go to blow it up, it gets smaller. That's why I'm putting it at that size, because that's like as big as I can show it to you guys. Okay, so this guy's doing a lot of research on the cameras. I did not even think of doing this. This was not a segment that I planned on doing at all. Here is the brand of potato security cameras at UVU that caught Tyler Robinson. You should be able to find what the video should look like. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Let me just see here. Okay, I think this is it. FedSlop reality crisis. After I destroyed the altered stairway narrative. Okay, I got to find it. Fed sloppers are trying to say this isn't the right stairs. There are only 2 main stairways in UVU, parking garage, north and south. The feds need northeast or any because it's general. It's the general direction. Let me see what he's talking about here. Please, it's a 3-minute video. There can't be music in it. There can't be. There just can't be.
Since the Fed sloppers want to argue with reality, they're trying to say they don't know if this is the same stairwell. Well, here's the tunnel. There's the camera. There's the parking lot where Tyler Robinson came through. Okay. There is only one stairwell that looks like this in this entire parking lot. There's not one over here. This is blocked off for construction. There's no stairwell. No public stairwell. Fire riser. Down there you have elevators.
Wow.
There's a stairwell over here, but it is not the same. South stair. Okay, this is the south stair. Gate, doorway, double gate, access. P2, south stair. Elevators. No other stairwell on P2.
Wow.
P3.
Mike Riley, it is like back. I saw another person. They're like, it's like back rooms. Diligence is lost in there. He's lost in there. He can't find his way out, you know?
No stairwell. This is where we were yesterday. This is the stairs I went down. Here's the top. There's the religious building. Down there is the Losi Center. Right there. That's the Losi Center. There's the parking lot with the tunnel. There's a sign that we got yesterday. Here's the stairwell that I went down. There's the camera. There's the spot of paint chips. Tyler Robinson walked by. Here's the stairwell on the left. No stair P2.
Wow, solid. So someone said lots of walking. Yeah, literally leg work. Yeah, you know, I wasn't just saying that. Literal leg work.
Since the Fed sloppers want to argue with reality.
So, and this is what he's talking about when he's talking about people arguing with reality. This is another video he did where he was at the stairwell. Court footage shows level 2 descending stairs on right side of video. In reality, the stairs are on the left side. They are not only compressed video to look skinnier, they reversed it on the stairs. Why? So let's go to his video. Just check that out.
Level 3.
Oh, it gets so small. That's crazy. Here, let's keep it this size. And here, perfect. Let's go.
Level 3 at UVU. All right, you guys, we caught the feds in another lie. So this is level 3, parking level 3 at UVU, where they have Tyler Robinson coming around the corner and coming down the stairwell. There's the camera right over here. But in the Fed version of their footage, this stairwell, which is actually on the left, which is actually on the.
So I should show you. He's showing a different side of it here. Let me make sure to show it to you guys. Okay. So this is what he's talking about. The footage that we've seen hundreds of times, clear as the noonday sun. And this is what it looks like in reality.
On the left, on their version, it's on the right. So they have completely reversed this image. And not only have they reversed the image, they have also doctored the timestamps, because if you reverse the image, the timestamps would be reversed as well. So something ain't adding up here. Here's level 2 proving that the stairwell is actually on the left. All right, you guys, we caught the feds in another lie. So this is level 3, parking level 3 at UVU, where they have Tyler Robinson coming around the corner, coming down the stairwell. There's the camera right over here. But in the Fed version of their footage, this stairwell, which is actually on the left,
Interesting. Wow. That's literally all I wanted to find on this guy's page. I didn't expect to find all this other stuff. I'm telling you, he's putting in work, man. Putting in real work. Someone said, can I talk about the left hand versus right hand theory and how this affects that theory? This whole thing? I don't know. That would be something I would love for him to address. I don't know how that affects it. Let me see here. He's doing more here. Wow, this guy is literally doing a Tyler Robinson tour. Just a tour of everything Tyler Robinson, you know? When it comes to UVU, he is our humble host, you know?
All right, we are here at the corner of the Losi building where our rooftop Spider-Man jumper jumped off the top. We're gonna measure and see how far he actually jumped. So to the top, it is 16 feet, 189 inches, just about 16 feet. And to where he jumped off from, which is actually this ledge, he swung down and he put his leg down on this and then he dropped down. So this is actually how far he actually dropped from the foot to the ground. It is 11 feet, 140 inches, so about 12 feet. That is a long drop for a dead drop. Cool.
Wow.
All right, we are here at the corner.
There you go. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't mean to do any of that. None of that was planned. That was not even slightly. It was just the one thing I wanted to show you guys. It just turned into a bunch of other stuff. We got to keep tabs on what Diligent is doing. And like I said, I'm guessing there will be some kind of interview going on with this lady. Really hope. Again, if you guys don't know, that is Diligent Dennison. 200,000 on X. Wow, I did not know that. And he also has a buy me a coffee. There we go. And he says to everybody, turn on your notifications, please and thank you. So we'll see that. We'll see that soon. Can't wait. Good job, man. Wow. He's also on YouTube by the exact same name that you see there. You type in Diligent Dennison, stuff will pop up. I'm sure clips will pop up, but also his channel will pop up. So check that out. Check that out. I did not mean for that to go that long. I was just gonna make some jokes, but yeah, he took the wind out of my sails there. I can't wait. I actually can't wait to see what that is, what that turns into. Because if he has that grandmother say anything, if that grandmother, and I assume it's the grandmother, I don't actually know. If that grandmother says, that's not my son or that's not my grandson, I don't know who that is. He would never do that. He's not one of those people. If he starts doing the thing that we thought his parents would be doing, that's going to be interesting. Very interesting. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah. Someone said, come on, coach. Why? Oh, because of the Nick post. I mean, what's the big deal? You know? Again, if you got it, flaunt it. That's what I say. That's what I say. All right, guys, let's jump over to Candace Owens with Erika Kirk. Or I should say Candace, not with Erika Kirk, but talking about Erika Kirk. Someone just said, no, you must have been late. We were talking all about that stuff. I mean, what's the big deal? Come on. You know, that's Nick. That's Nick. He's on a generational run. Have you not heard? Have you not heard? Anyway, let's get into it. Dave Smith sitting down with Candace Owens. Now, and she's like, what, 7.5 months pregnant? Is it 8 months yet? She's like right around there. Somebody was like, oh, I should be filling in for her. I think, doesn't Barron live 20 minutes from her? Wouldn't that be like an easy thing for him to do? I don't know. I would do it, but yeah. And then what does Barron do with his show? Barron's a beast. He might just do her show and then do his show. He's a beast. He might do that. He might just have Daisy work out his show and get everything together, do her show because her team will be working that out, and just go from one place over to the next place. He might do that. He might just do that. I could kind of see Barron putting in that kind of work. Oh, and she's moving. Whatever. I still think he would do it, you know. I still think he would do it. He has that, because he was born in like the 1920s. They worked hard back then. Back then in the 1920s, you don't even know. He's a part of the greatest generation ever. You guys don't even know that, huh? Everyone thinks he's a baby boomer. He's not a baby boomer. He's not. He's part of the greatest generation ever. So, the more you know, the more you know. So let's get into. Shout out to Barron. Let's get into what they're talking about here. She actually reveals something because Andrew had the text messages that you guys all know about, right? The text messages where he reads that it's from the left. Charlie is afraid of the left. He is frightened of what those lefties might do to him. You know, Andrew reads this, and it was supposed to be a huge gotcha, and it kind of fell flat. Oddly, I have to say. I didn't think much of it, but I thought for sure other people would. I thought for sure everybody would be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy has this information. Nobody was like that. It was like nobody cared. It was like everybody was like, whatever, liar. Even people on the other side. You didn't even see Graham Allen be like, whoa, come on, guys, check out these text messages. Gary, nobody cared. Gary was like, I got other things to worry about. I don't know. Nobody cared. It was very weird. It was very weird. I didn't think that would happen. But it did. So let me just see if I can throw this up really quick. I was talking with my friend about this morning and how it was such an interesting moment in history for this to happen, you know? And I wonder what's gonna come of it from here. Oh, is that a Hayden video? Oh, I got to make sure to pull up that Hayden video. Sorry. Getting caught off track here. But I definitely want to talk about Hayden. Again, I'm not going to say who I think did it, but I mean, she was exposing Hollywood at the same time. The left. Just write the left here and just pulling up the transcript very, very quickly, guys. Let me see here. I didn't have a dream. Okay, remind me, blah, 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 blah. Let me see here. I think we got it. Here, let's see here.
I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe...
Man, all right. He also got to mute his voice. Well, let's jump over to what Candace had to say. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that here. I should move this TMZ video over just so I don't forget. But let's jump over to the Dave Smith part where she actually discusses these text messages that Andrew has apparently. Here, check this out.
The one time she intervened to tell you to stop, the one thing she said that you were lying about, this proves was the truth. And like, I remember last time I saw you, which in person, when me and Theo came over to your house earlier this year, I came over to your house and talked about Charlie Kirk. And now in hindsight, I got to do that for free. Didn't even cost me $300,000, which is pretty cool. I didn't realize what a value I was getting at the time. But even then, I remember it was right after you had just met with her. And so she had publicly said, oh, that's not true. But you even said when she met with you, she was like, oh, yeah, we did find it on the phone. It was that. But it's just kind of crazy that it's like, look, you guys came out and intervened to say this was a lie. Mm-hmm. Then it got proven that you were wrong about that, right? Like best case scenario wrong, worst case scenario lying.
Yeah. And I'm going to go with lying. Okay. I'm going to go with lying and I'm going to tell you why. Again, here's my positive evidence, whatever he keeps saying. But I was the person who presented this to the public and they lied both ways. I was the one who said Charlie had this breakup with Israel, the night before on text message. They lied, gaslit until I dropped the text message. A Turning Point USA could have just come out and said that was true, right? Then I say, and that's not it. There were two people that he texted the night before saying that he was fearful that he was going to get killed. And he did not say the left. He did not say the left. If he had said the left, they would have released those messages in the first 24 hours because their entire narrative would have been proven by these messages that Charlie was fearful of the left the night before. Instead, they allowed me to look like I was lying. And then, mind you, I'm saying this in September. It is in December when Erika comes and she sits down with Glenn Beck and she puts on I have his phone and none of that's true and da-da-da-da-da. And that was the first time that I engaged her. And I came on my platform and I said, she's lying. She's lying. These messages do exist. And after that, she quietly behind the scenes, because she doesn't like to ever be on record saying anything, said to me, okay, well, actually, the first thing she says is, have you seen the messages? And I say, I'm playing so chill. I say, no. And she says, well, they exist, but he said the left. And the reason why I didn't have them was because it was on their signal chat, which gets wiped. Okay. So let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why she's walking herself into a trap. First off, I then told my audience she's lying. It was actually on iMessage. Dan Flood sent a message on iMessage to Charlie. That'll get clocked later. Right. But let's assume that what she said to me in person is true, that it was on Signal, it was on their security chat, which wipes automatically. How the hell does Andrew Wilson have them months later then? What's going on? How did these messages suddenly, she told me that she then asked, as if she had never, for some reason, Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert didn't offer this information to her for 4 months as her husband's murder is being investigated. I would think that would be the next day you would say, hey, this is crazy because the night before he texted me this and he was right. You would say that. Dan Flood was literally providing security to Erika in the aftermath. He's the one who took her to the White House. So we're supposed to believe he never mentioned this to her. She went on to Glenn Beck. Andrew Colbert never mentioned it to her. He's the one that told me about all of these messages. And then I went and did what I had to do to get to secure the information about them. And we're supposed to believe no one told her, but Candace knew in September. And then she wants to think the Signal chat got deleted, but somehow Andrew Wilson has it in his hand and it's going to save a left. I am waiting for him. He has promised he's going to drop these messages. They better be Signal messages, which are supposed to be deleted, but also it's going to be great. Yeah. It's going to be great. Well, because they keep getting caught in these lies. And this is why they hate me, because I'm clocking them on these lies left and right. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Okay. I don't know why they're lying, but they have not presented themselves as honest people in the wake of the assassination, which makes people think that they are suspicious. Okay.
So that's interesting. I didn't realize that. And I was looking into Signal to see if that happened. I noticed it happened with me. I have Signal. I've noticed that it's happened with me with a couple of contacts. I don't really use it all that much. But it is something that does happen. It does get wiped away. So if it was wiped away, then how did Andrew get a hold of it? Andrew Wilson, I mean, how does he have it? It's weird because it would have been the time frame. From what I've seen, someone said 11/11. There you go. From what I've seen, let me see if I still have it pulled up here. I do. So Signal allows messages to get wiped clean automatically or manually through built-in privacy tools. So this is something that can just happen automatically. So within this time, and this is why she brings this up, within this time, it can just be taken away. Within the time of, here, let me just say December. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July. We're in August. Wow. Jeez. Just time is actually moving faster. So we got 8 months there. So even if it was like every 6 months, it still would have got wiped away. You know, unless Charlie turned that off. But that's not, I don't know if you would turn that off unless you even knew. I didn't even know. And listen, I know you guys see me do barren things and stuff like that. I do know tech. Okay. And I don't know it like, I have friends that know tech that tell me about things. Like the only reason I know about Signal is because a very techie friend told me about Signal and he broke the whole thing down. And he was like, this is where we're going to talk. And I was like, okay. And that was it. So very interesting. Manually, how manual wiping works, delete for everyone, clear history chat. Let me see how automatic wiping works, disappearing messages. You can set a countdown timer for individual chats. This is something Tucker Carlson said he was doing as well. He said his stuff gets wiped automatically. This is why, because he has Signal and he's been hacked before by the NSA. That's what he says. And I think that's what they admitted because they wanted to know why he was talking to people in Russia, et cetera, et cetera. He interviewed Putin. We all know that. And then message trimming. You can limit storage by capping conversation lengths. Signal automatically deletes older messages past a certain threshold to keep storage tidy. So very interesting. Very interesting. So how did Andrew get these messages? So it's either they kept them for some reason, maybe turned off the automatic wiping because Charlie passed away. And they wanted to do some due diligence. Maybe that's it. That's possible. Or Andrew has made up these text messages and he's just gotten the go-ahead from the people who would give him those messages. I don't know. Seems weird. But like Candace said, it would have made perfect sense. And I said this, I think, as I was covering the debate, pretty sure that right away, that would have been the thing to release. Candace says Philadelphia. Nope. The left. Here it is. Check it out. Bang. Interface. That would have been a slam dunk on Candace. That would have been just a absolutely aggressive dunk, just knocking the person down as you're just bang. I don't know anything about basketball. I assume you grab the rim, stuff it. You stuff it in. Is that what you do? No, you stuff it. Stuffing's the other way. Whatever. You know what I mean. Know nothing about basketball. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. So that's where we're at there with someone said exactly. Thank you for motivating me there as I talk about basketball that I know nothing about. So it's very interesting. Like, how does that work? I'm just I'm leaning towards the messages are fake. I'm leaning towards, I don't think Turning Point was just hiding this stuff the whole time. I don't think they're playing that kind of game. You know how Candace said, I said to Erika, I was playing it real cool with Erika. She asked, have I seen the messages? I said no, even though she had. I don't think they're playing that cool chess type game. I don't think they're doing that. I think we've seen throughout the past 11 months that they're not doing anything like that. So I think if they had those messages, we would have seen them. And I think those messages that he says he has are made up. So, but we'll see. I could be wrong. He might just hit us with some real authentic messages. And apparently, I forget who was saying this. Maybe it was Candace. Let's see. Hold on.
Doesn't mean that they killed Charlie Kirk, but it does mean that in the aftermath, they have been behaving in a very suspicious way.
It seems to me like also at the very least you'd say, look, man, there's an onus on you to come out and correct the record once you publicly came out and said that didn't exist. Like there's a big difference between that didn't exist and, oh, it absolutely did exist. That's pretty 180. And, so when I did an episode shortly after Charlie died where I in response to you, I read some of the personal text messages that he had sent me. And it was a little bit of a weird situation because look, typically speaking, I would never read private text messages ever with anyone. Like I wouldn't read private text messages that you sent me on a show because, like, I don't know, there's talking on the record and there's talking off the record, and so I wouldn't. And specifically after someone dies, I wouldn't ever. So like my default position is like, no, I wouldn't share that. However, it's like everybody was reading messages. Benjamin Netanyahu was reading like things from his, really taken out of context from the letter that he wrote to him. Everybody's right, and the stuff I had was somewhat relevant, I thought, not to anything about his death, but just to the conversation of where he was on Israel and where he was. And so I was like, you know what? I think I should, full transparency, I should show this. But like, just for the sake of argument, right? Had I realized like a week later that I was wrong, and those text messages weren't from Charlie Kirk. Like I looked at my phone, I thought they were from Charlie, but they're from someone else. Or they're from Charlie something else or whatever. I made it confused. Well, then like the onus would be on me. I'd have to go back on air and correct the record. So like either way, right, either way, you could just say, I mean, the onus would, once you come out and say, hey, this other person's lying, but then it gets confirmed that they weren't lying, that they were right about that, I do think the onus is on you. So I think that ends up making them look very bad. And then I got to say, I kind of was curious on your thoughts about this, because, just on the organization of Turning Point USA more broadly, because to some degree, like almost for the sake of argument, let's just say for this, Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk, and let's even add in, he kind of acted alone. He wasn't even a part of the thing. Like that does, okay, but in effect, we still already know that every member of the Israel lobby lied through their teeth to try to manipulate this thing. We know now that Erika came out and said you were lying when you were not, and it was correct. But anyway, the point is, in effect, what's ended up happening here has been really a radical transformation in Turning Point USA. And one that Charlie explicitly promised it would not make. I mean, he went out of his way in the last few months of his life when he was getting, of course, the text message that is now famous is when they first tried to cancel Tucker. He goes, well, I'm going to invite Candace. He gets a future. And he went out of his way over and over again to say that he would never not be inviting Tucker or Megyn Kelly. He told me we were going to do lots more stuff together in the future. I mean, like he was very clear that it's like, look, I'm not. And by the way, he explicitly, kind of said to me at one point, like, he drew a line at like Fuentes and those guys. He really did not like them for years.
That's funny. That's so funny. What's not to like? I don't understand. What's his problem? You know what I mean? Whatever. Even Charlie makes mistakes. Anyway, somebody said with Signal, you have to check a box so they don't erase your messages. There you go. So again, maybe they wanted to do the right thing. Maybe the bureau was like, hey, just so you know, we checked that box because we had that phone and we want to keep those messages. I don't know. It's hard to say. Why does everybody have such a problem with Nick? What is the issue with you guys? I don't get it. He's on a generational run. I don't know if you guys know that. Let's keep going here. So now, let's get into the. Should we? No. Okay. We'll do the Dave Smith stuff first, or no. We'll do the Candace stuff first. I want to go through Candace's stuff first. So let's do that. Let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Candace Owens. I know she mentioned me. I know she did. Don't worry, guys. Believe you me. When she mentions me, I get 100 messages. I get them on X, and then Facebook, and then YouTube in the comments, and I even get text messages. I get it all. So believe you me, I knew right away. You need not worry. You need not worry at all. I know she did. And shout out to her. Thank you for mentioning me. She called me an investigator though. I was like, well, don't try and put that evil on me. Listen, lady, don't put that on me. I don't know anything about investigating. Listen. This is what our show does, okay? This is mainly what our show's about here. This is mainly what our show's about. I wish I had the clip of Gary jumping into his chair right now so I could give you a real taste of what the show's really about, okay? This is what our show's about. Anyway. Called me an investigator up there with Ian Carroll. I don't know. I know I'm a little too humble sometimes. Maybe too much humility, if that's even possible. But oh, it's still on the screen. Okay, get off the screen. Sorry. Shout out to Nick, man. Shout out to Nick. He's on a generational run. He's a funny guy. He's a really funny guy. Yeah. Say what you want about Nick. He's hilarious. If you ever watch one of his shows, I mean, even when he's saying stuff about maybe your people, your race, whatever, guy has some funny stuff, and then he has stuff where it's just like, oh, are you a paid shill? Like, what's happening right now? It's a back and forth, but that's how it is. That's how it is with everybody. I'm sure I have those. Yeah. I used to have people that would say, I am Coach Colin. And if Coach and Colin are the third letter of the alphabet, the C's are the third letter of the alphabet. So in reality, you're saying I am 33. And that was them saying I'm in the Illuminati. And that was it. That's all they needed. That was happening for a long time. People would always say that. I am 33. They'd be like, we know what you are. And I'd be like, okay, sorry, I didn't realize. It's not real, but I get it. Candace listens for the hey mama. Mama. I wonder what she thinks of that impression, that Officer Tatum impression. Mama. I'm gonna have to go ahead and say something about Candace, mama. It's a borderline racist impression, I have to say. If I was even just a few skin tones later, it'd be out of control for me to do that impression, But it's I'm in the sun a lot, so I'm good. Anyway, let's get into it. Let's get into the first clip here. Where are my timestamps? Where are my descriptions? Lainey was saying, like, you got to remember, when she gives me this description. So this is when Candace talks about the SD card guy, Terrell Farnsworth. Let's go.
Get ready because it's another big one. It is explosive. We have something to share that's never been seen, our favorite. But first, we have to jog your memory of whence we came. And I want you to lock in and really pay attention to the details. They matter. So I'm going to ask you the question, what was the original moment that made people suspicious of what happened on September 10th? What was the first thing that you saw online that made your eyebrow raise, so to speak? I would offer that it was when Terrell Farnsworth, Turning Point USA's audio and visual lead, he runs Visual Impulse, was seen taking down the cameras, particularly actually taking down one camera, the camera behind Charlie's head. And this turned out was less than 4 minutes after Charlie was hit. We know he went up and he recorded himself. He announced that Charlie was dead. He went down and he began removing that camera in particular. Before anybody knew who he was, I knew who he was, but the rest of the world just went, what's going on? Why are we violating a crime scene? Why is somebody moving a chair that Charlie was just sitting in to stand up and take that camera down? And I actually should be honest, unlike the rest of the world, I was not immediately suspicious because I knew Terrell. You'll recall this, right? I reached out to him. I've known him for years. And I said, what's up? I assumed that there had to be some sort of a reasonable explanation. That conversation took place, to remind you, on September 18th. Reached out to Terrell, got him on the phone, was expecting something simple. And instead, it was the phone call itself that made me feel suspicious. I went to my team. Something is wrong. I've gone over this moment to you guys so many times. It's because Terrell was nervous. He was offering me various increasingly bizarre reasons as to why he could not show me the back footage. People thought maybe the back footage caught the person from a crowd that was shot Charlie. And I just said, okay, let me see it. And he said he didn't want to share it because he didn't want Erika to see Charlie get hit in 4K. And I said, okay, well, it doesn't need to be shared. You can just tell me and I'll tell audiences that I saw it and everything's okay. And the craziest part of all was him telling me, again, you'll recall, because I said this to you right when it happened, specifically, that he did not know how to send the file to me. I said, just send it to me. I'll watch it. Obviously, I won't share it. And he said, I don't know how to send the file. And I said, Terrell, you run an AV company. What do you mean you don't know how to send a file? And then he admitted that he did know how to send a file, but he didn't want to do it for fear that Google might hack him. Go back, watch the episodes. That's what he said. I've got proof that Google might hack him. What? But you see, it turns out that now we know that Terrell lied to me. Terrell's a liar. I sensed it then. Yes, I had an immediate intuition that Terrell was lying to me, that he maybe did know how to send a file, but he wasn't actually fearful that Google might hack him. They keep telling us our intuition means nothing, right? But guess what? My intuition and vibe in that matter has been proven correct. It was confirmed when the preliminary hearing took place, actually. You may have missed it. I'll slow that down for you. The lead investigator on the case, SBI agent David Hull, explained on the stand, actually on September 10th. So that would be 8 days before I spoke to Terrell. Actually, on the very day of the assassination, Terrell apparently did know how to send footage, and he chose to do that via a Google link. He used the very company that he would then tell me 8 days later he was afraid was going to hack him. That makes Terrell a liar. He lied to me. I don't like when people lie to me. And like I said, there is entirely no dispute that he lied to me about his fear of a Google hack, because he actually signed and submitted an 1102 statement to that effect. It was entered in and discussed during the hearing. We can show you this statement from Terrell. And it tells us, and I'm going to read the first part first, and on September 10th, I, Terrell, the first person here, was present at the Turning Point USA Utah Valley University event. Myself and my team were there to provide audio video equipment, setup, management, and support, as we had done for Mr. Charlie Kirk for years. Our camera setup consisted of 3 angles: an angle directly on Charlie, an angle on the individual asking questions, and a wider angle behind Charlie that showed the audience and the crowd reaction. Okay, so a wider angle behind Charlie that showed the audience and the crowd reaction. That day, on September 10th, I provided SBI with 4 videos through a Google Drive. And then you see the link, and he tells you what those videos are labeled. Okay. And then he says these videos were taken by me and my team at the UVU event on September 10th, 2005. These videos, as they were provided to SBI, are a true and correct representation of what took place at UVU. Okay. Now let's understand that first portion first. He says that there are 4 videos that he sent to them. He says that there are 3 cameras. I want you to remember which cameras we saw around Charlie, generally speaking. Now there is one moving camera that I want to point out, which may potentially be the 4th camera, which was operated by a guy that seemed to be floating from side to side. I'm going to show you that. I'm again assuming this might have been a contractor, and maybe Terrell got that footage from him and he was going from side to side. Do you remember him?
It's pretty wild. I think I've mentioned this before when we figured out it was a flash drive, which I don't know why that's not coming up, because that was mentioned before, that he had given a flash drive over, and we all thought that was crazy because that wasn't the original footage. But now hearing about the Google link, that's even more crazy, because, you know, why would they even accept that from him? You know, you think they'd just be like, you know, hey, I'll just send you a link. Oh no, we're coming to your house. We're coming to your house, actually. So just don't move. Don't move anything, or you're going to be placed under arrest. Don't move. So we're coming now. Actually, there's probably somebody already on the way. You hear the knocking? That's one of our guys. Open your door now. You think that's how it would be because you have footage and you took it home. That would also be like a no-no, I would think. They'd be like, oh, you took it home. Like, you should have left it. Are those your footprints in Charlie's blood? Can we have the cards, please? I don't know how to give you the cards. In our hands. In our hands? We're in your house. In our hands? I'm just afraid somebody might hack it. I'm sorry, I can't hand it to you guys. What? Listen, you got your hands in front of you right now, and that's all well and good. Do you want them behind your back? Is that what you're looking for here, big guy? You'd think there'd be some kind of, you know, I feel like it was, listen, I'm not even saying it because of a race thing. I just feel like if it was me, it'd be hands behind your back. That would be it. They would just do that. They just be like, can you just bend over the hood of the car, put your hands on the hood of the car, just really quick. Okay. Where are the SD cards? They're in my pocket. I feel like that's what they would do. I think they would do that to you too. I don't know. I have a hunch. I don't know. I've seen them do more for less. I gotta be honest. So like what? I feel like they tackle you. I feel like if you went and you were up like this, if one of you were at home and you were on if you were on a chair under that tent, you're just like, they'd be like, oh, tackle this guy like we're in the NFL immediately. Just over the chair, right into your midsection, right to the ground, and not apologize at all. I would think that's what they do. I don't know. They do a lot. They do. Sometimes they shoot people and it's like mistaken. So, I figured they'd do something like that, but not with him apparently. The big thing with this clip that I notice is, and I want to go through this. The big thing I noticed with this clip is what she says he was doing. Let's go over these camera angles really quick, because these are the camera angles she was talking about. All right, let's make that bigger. Hard for you guys to see that. Let's make that a little bigger. There you go. So we got 1 camera, 2 cameras, 3 cameras. The mystery camera, and I say mystery camera because I don't know if you guys can see my cursor here. I don't even think Terrell got to that camera. One of these cameras he didn't get to in the video that we saw. In the video we saw him get to this camera, and we saw him get to one of these cameras. But the footage of this camera that's circled in blue, that's the real deal footage. That is the closest, like the very closest camera angle you could possibly get. And a lot of people feel like that would reveal a whole lot about what happened to Charlie. Sorry, there's more pressing business. There's more pressing business to deal with. Breaking news here. Someone in the audience says, I was on Jenny Jones. My goodness. Were you really? That is crazy. That is crazy. There's a bunch of questions that I have for you. I'll stop this whole show and just interview this lady right now. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Good for you. Good for you. You were on Jenny Jones. How on earth did that work? I mean, I think, I would just love to hear your explanation. Please tell me. Please write in the comments about what your experience on Jenny Jones was like. Okay, and we'll just continue with this. We'll continue with this until we get the real thing that we're all curious about. Oh, someone said Rude Jude. Oh my gosh. No, don't make me reminisce about that. No. We're right in the middle of this. Don't make me reminisce about Rude Jude. Oh my gosh, the way that guy would go off. If that guy was around during social media time, that guy would have been famous and rich from what he was doing. Oh man, he missed out. Just by a few years, he missed out. If he came out in 2010, Rude Jude would have been like not even 2010, 2015, 2016, like right around when social media was popping, Vine, all those things. Oh my gosh, the amount of money that guy would have made. He would have been rich, boy. Oh boy, he would have been rich. He was something else, man. The green-eyed bandit, one of the nicer gingers, that Rude Jude. Anyway, let's keep going here.
If I were trying to gather evidence very quickly within minutes of Charlie Kirk being shot, I'd go blue. That's an opinion. I'm saying, were I in control of the AV department and I was trying to be useful to police, I'd probably grab that footage as critical evidence. And then I would grab that footage of what's circled in yellow, which we just discussed, that is, as he described, pointing to the person that's asking questions. We know that has some rotating capability. I'd probably grab that 1 second, right? If you're trying to help detectives secure the best footage to scan the crowd, since that is the crowd footage, as he demonstrated, potentially to find a shooter in the crowd, I'd go, okay, number 2. 1, 2, I'm trying to be useful. But that third camera, to me, if I'm running this event, is instantly the most irrelevant because A, it's facing downward. B, it's behind Charlie. And traditionally, in case you're wondering or need reminding, all it showed was a view of what was happening below and around Charlie's feet. And
ooh, that is such a good, that is very smart. Whoever said this. Missing SD card would show what happened close during the scramble, the handoff, and the carryout. Very true. Very, very true. It would. And listen, I don't know. Like a lot of people, I remember when we were first covering the handoffs and stuff, people were like, it's just keys for the SUV because somebody's scrambling to get the SUV ready because they got to put Charlie in the SUV. And that could be true, but it'd be really something to see it all, to really see it, because we see it from so far away when we watch that little handoff. And I know Brian Harpole says there was no handoff, but I mean, from the footage, it seems like it's clearly a handoff, at least two handoffs. So, and again, could be keys. I didn't see any keys. Keys are usually big. I don't have my keys here, but they're usually big. You got a big, button thing, and then they got the actual key, and then you got other keys usually, right? Unless it's a rental, maybe then you just have a simple key. That could be a thing too.
Captured some audience, right? But not more than the yellow camera is going to capture. The red camera, if you want to capture the audience, you go with the yellow. And the reason why I'm saying traditionally that is what it showed is because there was a massive discovery from YouTuber Nissy when she realized that Terrell Farnsworth, when he finally did show me the completely non-graphic footage from behind Charlie's head, had presented to me what appeared to her to be a zoomed in shot from that camera. This is important that we go back and we revisit what it is that Nissy caught about that camera. Take a listen.
In this footage that Terrell has selectively shared with Candace, we can't see the ground where Charlie had been sitting. You're probably thinking, okay, so what? Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, I'll show you what. On February 28th, 2025, the American Comeback Tour did a stop at Florida State University, and here is the back camera shot. On March 3rd, 2025, the American Comeback Tour did a stop at the University of Southern California, and here is the back camera shot. Here's San Francisco, here's San Diego, Long Beach, Boise, Idaho, Washington State. Do you notice a pattern? The camera is a wide-angle camera and was always used as such. However, in the footage that Terrell has selectively shared with Candace, you cannot see the ground. So either that day at UVU, they had changed things up and they had zoomed in the camera so that you couldn't see the area around Charlie, or Terrell had zoomed in after the fact and he was showing a cropped version of the footage to Candace.
Why did Terrell do that? Now we've already...
Now, this is the part where, I was, I forgot to mention it to Lainey, but the clip that we found wasn't the clip that I was thinking of. And I don't know what clip I was thinking of now, because there was a point when it came to Terrell, there was a point where that footage was shown. I think it was on a Candace episode. I don't think it was on X, but you not only see the Charlie footage that is kind of cropped, but you actually see he's using a Mac, and you can see the apps, or not the apps, but you can see the drive. You can see a bunch of stuff beside it that has to do with his computer, like what he's doing. And there is one that's an editing program, and there's some kind of editing program. I remember because I covered it with you guys, and one of you guys told me that it was editing. And then we looked into it, and it was a program where you could have possibly AI edits and things like that. And I was looking for that, but we didn't end up finding that. So that sucks, but I really wanted to show that. Oh, you found that? Did you? Where? Show me. Oh, it's called YOLO. Yes. You guys remember. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. YOLO. So there was that little, so it's definitely cropped. Who knows what other kind of edits there could have been. And honestly, Terrell could have thought, well, she only wants to see Charlie anyway, so I don't have to show her all this other stuff going on, You know, if we wanted to be very nice to Terrell, we could say that's what was going on there. I just wanted to show her exactly what she wanted to see. Okay. All right. Cool. Yes, everybody's screaming YOLO. What a terrible name for an app, you know? Just poor choice of words for the time, for what it was used for. I can't read what Mike Riley just put in there. I'm not reading that out loud. You only lie often. That's smart, but it's not what it sounds. No, you don't have to find it again. I mean, yeah, just like I've explained so many times, you know, we're not like Andrew Wilson. We're not going to have an awkward silence while someone searches for a clip. I could just explain it to you because I know exactly what it is that I wanted to bring up in regards to that clip. So we're good there. But what else I wanted to touch on when it came to this whole thing, I think it was this story, because I don't know if you guys remember this. Now, what I did want to find, did you find, Lainey, did you find Tyler saying his story of why Terrell took the SD cards out? Because there's actually two different stories. So we have Andrew's story, which I can play here. I think this is where Andrew explains it.
So Charlie was very well aware of the existence of evil, obviously. So were us on his team. You know, by the way, just one other conspiracy theory I just want to snuff out here. One of our dear friends that literally from the very beginning started with us and loved Charlie like a brother. He grabbed the SD cards out of the camera afterwards. And there's all these conspiracy videos about, like, why did he grab the SD cards? Well, first of all, they're in the possession of the FBI. Okay. It's not like he took them and like ran off with them. Second of all, I asked him personally, I said, why did you do that? And he looked at me and this was his answer. He said, because I know people can be evil.
Oof.
And he did not want that footage being grabbed by somebody. There was videos of people after the incident going and stealing hats off the table. I mean, so I'm so grateful he did that, and that was his instinct. He's like, I'm depressed to know that was why I did that, but I knew that I had to protect that footage because I wanted, I mean, you know, you're recording in like 4K, you know? And so I'm so glad he did that.
It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. He said, because I know people can be evil. Let me try that again. Because I know people can be evil. Okay, one more time. I just want to give it with as much passion as Andrew did. I took the SD cards because I know people can be evil. Beautiful, beautiful. Really, the Academy Award goes to you, Andrew. But you said car.
That is crazy. I did not see that part. That was next level petty. That was black belt sensei, you know, Morpheus level petty. You know, that is wow. 3 times like that. Looked right at the camera. I've never seen anything like that. To look right at the camera when you do it is crazy. Wow. Okay, let's keep going.
And what we noticed was that it was card. It was that one first. It struck me and others as odd, but here's Andrew reinforcing the narrative that this is a conspiracy theory. There was nothing special about that particular footage behind Terrell's head. He was actually worried about all of it. But actually, if you keep reading Terrell's 1102 statement, it flies in the face of what Andrew has said. There was something unique about the footage behind Charlie's head. There had to be something particular about that footage, which moved Terrell or maybe someone in the SBI, but it's not clear, to create a clip out of only the footage behind Terrell's head. Behind Charlie's head, just that back footage. We're going to read the rest of the statement. Okay. Terrell writes in the statement, and we can pull up that statement if you guys have it. It reads, regarding the clip, which has been labeled 80704, turning point footage of the crowd and behind Charlie, I have reviewed, and from what I can see, it is a true and correct representation of a portion of the larger files previously sent to SBI. So let me slow that down for you because it's very important. What we are learning is that they had 4 videos. Go pull that back up, please, and you can split this. They had 4 videos in total, and you can bring me in on this just so I can explain this. And of those 4 videos, they're telling us the length of each of those videos here. One is 26 minutes, another one is 26 minutes, another is 26 minutes, and a fourth one is 23 minutes. So that, I'm guessing, assuming represents, because this Charlie got hit very quickly into the event, that this represents the full length of all of that footage of the cameras that I showed you. Despite having all of that footage, they decided to clip from the camera behind Charlie's head a special clip. And that is what Terrell is saying, you know, I believe this is a true representation of the footage that was recorded. Why did they need to clip out from the full footage of that camera just a little 3-minute clip? That's the question. Okay.
Anybody else, it would have been hands behind your back. It's crazy that he's even allowed to do that. Isn't it so weird? Wouldn't they? Don't they have it like a digital guy, like digital for? I know someone that works in digital forensics, not for the bureau, but I know it's a thing in law enforcement. Wouldn't they have a guy who would just be like, you just give me the SD cards, I'll handle everything. You don't have to, no representation, buddy. I got it. Don't even worry about it. I have card readers. I have all sorts of things. Don't worry. I'll get it back to you. And on, not only am I going to get it back to you, I'm going to wipe it clean after, because you don't get to have this footage either. Like, we get this footage. That's it. And it's gone after that. You don't get to have it. Sorry. Like, this is evidence. And also, you're probably not getting it back until after the trial, like the full trial. You're getting it back in a year and a half. I hope you can buy more. I know they're like $50 each, you know? See, this is what happens. See, this is why, Candace calls me an investigator, and now someone's like, I love you. But I see no humor in that. Oh, God. See, they think they're tuning in to Ian Carroll. Oh, God. You got to look down on the page. It doesn't say Baron Coleman. No, it's not court TV, man. Kick rocks. Get out of here. You're not here for the right reasons. Get going. You know, you don't see any humor in it. You gotta go. You gotta go, man. Come on. So funny. If you loved me, you'd be like, well, I am Coach Colin. This is a comedy show, you know? But I guess that's how it is, man. Even at comedy shows where people walk in and pay, they sit down and they know they're going to hear jokes that aren't serious. They know. And still they'll be like, excuse me, you shouldn't say it. You shouldn't. You shouldn't say that. That's not funny. Even then. And they pay like $20 to sit down. You know, so what else could I expect? Of course, there's going to be somebody that's doing that here. You know, what can I, you know, got to deal with it. Just got to deal with it. I don't see any humor in that. Well, you know, there was humor in it. And I can't understand that for you. I can't understand it for you. Sorry. Oh my gosh. You know, what can I do? We're out here. Somebody said, what did you say? We're out here silly, man. We're silly here, man. It's silly outfit. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Let's keep going here. So, you know, just to talk about that story, right? The whole thing of, because people can be evil. Well, Tyler he didn't tell the same story. He said it like as if he said Terrell did it. And I can't remember if it's a clip from the show or if it's something he wrote on X. I can't remember what it is. So I can't tell anybody to go and find it because it's just too hard. But he did say that Terrell did it because he wanted to give the SD cards to the authorities. He's like, all of that went to the authorities right away. But now we're learning through Candace and through Andrew and and through the footage that she shows that isn't actually the case. Because when she shows this footage, I don't know when she gets to this part, where she shows Terrell. That is how we say his name, right? Terrell. It's not spelled properly, but let me see if I can get to this part. So we know from the footage that's actually not what he did. And the reason that I'm saying that, I will reveal in a second, but here, let's play this.
That camera before he disappears behind the tent. Let's watch that together. Here he is. Here he is.
I mean, it's just so crazy to think you could touch that chair. Just to think you could touch anything is so crazy. It's just so crazy. And not everybody has experience with law enforcement, right? Like, I get that, I don't have any experience, but I know enough not to touch things after something like that happens. I mean, wow.
He's taking down the camera altogether. If you're worried about theft, take the whole camera. It's pretty small. It's in your hand. He doesn't do that. He takes it apart and he takes the SD card out. And he looks around. He wants to see who's looking at him. And then he looks down at it and he walks around. And we had wondered, what did Terrell do when he walked around? He hasn't addressed any other camera there, just that one. Well, you don't have to wonder what he did anymore, because today I can tell you what Terrell did, because I've actually known what Terrell did since October. As I was wondering who could be trusted at Turning Point USA. And like I said to you instantly, there was a network of government employees that were fighting to get the truth out and wondering who they could trust as well. And now appears to be the moment to not tell you what Terrell did, but to rather show you and let you draw your own conclusions about whether Terrell appeared concerned about anything other than that particular footage. Okay. Here is what Terrell did thereafter, seen for the first time. Terrell is there. He looks around again, nervously, and he puts the SD card in his pocket. And he zips up. He doesn't run to the other cameras and try to grab the SD card. Instead, what he does is he whips out his phone and he begins texting with someone. And that's what he does. He's texting with someone to say what? Who's he texting? What's he saying? If he's just out there fighting evil and worried about securing the footage, why didn't he grab the other SD card?
See, then that's the reason I say that he didn't give it over to the authorities, because at that point where she shows that, where she shows him doing what he's doing there, the authorities are everywhere.
The SD card in his pocket.
The authorities are everywhere. They're everywhere. Hey, you guy hey, Bagel, Officer Bagel, get over here. You got to take this. This is definitely evidence. Hey, guy who, bearded red hat guy, get over here. Hey, buddy, get over here. You need to take this. This is evidence. People can be evil. I don't want anybody to have this. Yeah. And then from Candace's conversations, There's people running. Some of you guys are just as funny. You have no idea. You guys are hilarious. You guys throw me off sometimes. I'm not even going to read that one. But you see in her telling of her meeting with Terrell that he still has the original footage. So it's like he didn't give it over to the authorities. Not the way that Tyler explained it. And maybe Tyler doesn't even know. Maybe Tyler's just like, hey, did the footage get there? And Terrell's just like, yeah. Maybe Andrew and Tyler didn't actually understand that he gave a Google link and then a flash drive and things of that nature. Maybe they don't really understand that. No, I had the original and I put it in my pocket and I left with it. As far as we can see, I know Candace doesn't have any more footage, but if he just handed it over to somebody, he wouldn't really need to talk about the representation and those statements that he gave. None of that would need to happen, because they'd be like, okay, what happened? Oh, I took the SD card out and I handed it to Bagel. Okay. Officer Bagley, whatever his name is. I handed it over to him, and that's it. That would be the full statement. But very weird. Very weird. So Andrew had one story. Tyler, or I'll say this, be charitable. Andrew had one understanding of what happened, which I don't even know if that story really happened. I mean, it seems really weird for someone to say, I know people could be evil. I mean, some people talk like that. I mean, I don't know anybody that talks like that. And I have a very white, wholesome wife with a very white, wholesome family. I've never heard anybody talk like that. Straight up. So Andrew has one understanding. Tyler has another understanding. And then there's the actual thing that happened. There's a lot of room for a lot of weird stuff to happen. But again, I think, more so than questioning Terrell, I think a big part of it is, why did they let him do it? That's the bigger part. Like, why isn't that in question? Why isn't it like, hey, man, you did something wrong. Hey, just so you know, you really messed up. You really, really messed up. We don't know why you did this. We have no clue why you did this, why you thought that was okay to do, but it wasn't, and you really messed up. How come there's no explanation of that? Like, nobody's saying that to him? I don't know. You figure they would. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump over here. Oh, I don't even know how long that how far along was that bombshell here? I'll just write 555. Man, my friend, get this. We're both like industry outcasts, right? Because we're not willing to do the weird thing. So he's a comedian, works in film a little bit. I work in film. And then we both find Christ on our own. But the whole time we're having these conversations, very deep philosophical conversations. My friend Kevin Soldo, and he was on the show. He's been on the show a couple times, actually. And he ends up moving to, like, I don't know, Europe, Eastern Europe, I don't know, Slovenia or something like that. He ends up moving like to a very far off place, and still has Christ in his heart and everything. Ends up having a kid, has his kid at 555. And I figured that was such a weird thing to have happen, because he had a license plate before he left. I mean, not to like reveal all this stuff about him, but I mean, one of his license plates was 555. I just found that so interesting, because I had to explain to him like what 555 meant, or what just seeing triple numbers meant and how important it was. And he had no idea. And then all of a sudden he has a kid, and the kid is born at 555. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So anyway, that just came up. I just thought of that. Every time I see 555, that's what I think of now. I think of his little baby. Yeah, it's incredible. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on. Ben Shapiro. Someone said, please explain 333. I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't know all of them. I know that I saw an Orthodox priest talk about triple numbers, and he said when he sees triple numbers, he just thinks of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He sees it as the Holy Trinity, and God is talking to him that way. That's what he says. He feels, and I like that. I like that better than getting into like the new agey stuff. I like that a lot better. But anyway, someone said 555 is the number of man. I don't know. He had a girl, so yeah, it's the number of girl for him for sure. Let's get into Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Shapiro made an appearance on the podcast. I don't know if you guys knew that. Did you guys know that? Ben Shapiro is also attacking Joe Rogan for some odd reason. Well, I know the reason, and we'll talk about it, but anytime anybody leans towards Candace whatsoever, Ben says it's time to attack them. For a guy who clearly has no ability to engage in any type of violence, he really likes to attack people. Isn't that interesting? There's his appearance. If you guys didn't know, Ben Shapiro's appearance on the podcast.
It's Shapiro.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. You never, ever in your life will you see Candace Owens this happy to see Ben Shapiro. That rarely happens. I think being pregnant this time around has changed her attitude. It has softened her heart. Look how lovingly she is looking at Ben Shapiro here, ladies and gentlemen. She has had a softened heart. That is good. That is good. St. Michael's Lent. It changes people, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you guys know that. Let's jump into the Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens hate triangle that is assembling. Mainly Ben Shapiro hating. But let's jump into that.
No right to recognize those lies. It's demonic for you to notice them. It's not working. And this has gone mainstream, obviously. And it is being discussed on the biggest platforms in the world, whether that's Sean Ryan or more recently, Joe Rogan, who had a laugh alongside his guests, Mark Normand, Shane Gillis, and Ari Schaefer, as they were discussing the Tyler Robinson case and the odd and increasingly odd public relations campaign that is surrounding Erika Kirk. Take a listen.
I get it. Wearing that mask for a little bit, though, I genuinely, both Duncan and I, both gained respect for the furries.
Yeah, but then they shoot the president.
Nah, I don't know if they
Wasn't
did.
that guy a furry?
No, he loved a furry.
Oh, he loved a furry. So.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if that's true.
Right.
The more time goes on, the more I'm leaning towards Candace Owens. I don't think any story that you hear in the news is accurate.
I think there's always none or
none.
spin on it at least.
There's always some spin.
But the public
and so whatever the spin is, whatever the spin is about Tyler Robinson, there's some bullshit to it. I don't know how much of it is bullshit, but there's some bullshit. And one of the more recent bullshit is they found a photo that they were saying was Tyler Robinson, but then people noticed that the because he's real thin, people noticed that the cars in the background, the proportions were distorted. And then they realized that what they had done was taken a guy who's like much wider than Tyler Robinson and shrunken the perspective.
Really?
Yep. Yep. And then when you see him for what he really looks like, you're like, oh, there's no way that's that guy. That guy's big.
And then you're like, well, it's mostly true. Like, no,
he's
shifting.
No, they changed. Like, you look at the hood of the cars behind them; they're all like that narrow.
Who is that guy?
What guy?
Tyler Robinson.
He was the guy who supposedly shot Charlie Kirk.
Kirk, yeah, not the president.
Have you ever seen Drewski's Erika Kirk?
Well,
yeah, I
didn't.
thought it was
people
Erika.
threatening him they were going to sue him for that?
I don't know. It's funny.
Which
though.
it would have been
so
the best
funny.
thing that ever happened to him. When he came out, he starts doing cartwheels and with white face on.
White face.
He's killing it. That guy.
White
Every
face
video kills him.
rules.
When he goes to the
man.
NASCAR,
Yeah, he's
unbelievable.
Funny dude. Funny dude. People that got upset with that, shut up.
I know.
You don't think it's weird the lady comes out to sparklers behind her? You're out of your mind. That's insane.
I know.
You don't think someone can make fun of that?
She walks out like Randy Orton. Goldberg coming out.
Just coming out like Undertaker.
The Queen wore black for 80 years.
Crazy.
In interviews, she dresses like SEAL Team 6. She's all blacked out with like a black hat and everything.
She's serious, bro.
She's serious.
Very serious.
Are
Cool. She's serious.
You just have to love guy chat.
Man, the fact that Shane just says she comes out like Goldberg is crazy. Do you guys remember Goldberg? Oh my gosh, Goldberg would come out. He would come out and he'd go, he'd do that with his neck. He'd go, and he had traps that were like this big. He had like a turtle shell on his back. And you go, and you were like, oh my gosh, this guy's huge. Oh man, that was the best. Goldberg days. Woo! Come on. Goldberg was the man. Jeez, that's hilarious. Erika Kirk coming out. I wish I could just change this camera angle. I would stand up and do the whole thing. Just coming out like Goldberg. Just, ladies and gentlemen, Erika Kirk. I forgive him. I forgive him. Spears JD Vance. Just hits him with that shoulder, you know. Whew, those are the days, boy. You look back on all those guys are old now, man. Hulk Hogan's gone. I think Ultimate Warrior's been gone. Goldberg's old now. He's not all big and jacked anymore. They're just going, man. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch those guys get old. My cousin was actually one of those people. She was in the back when it was, I think it was the WWF. My cousin was one of them. Crystal Marshall is my cousin. You know, I remember my mom was showing me pictures of Crystal Marshall. She's like, you know, this is your cousin, right? And I was like, oh, it is. And she's, you know how female, wrestlers dress. They dress all like, And I'm looking at the pictures and I'm going, oh wow, so that's my cousin. I'm like, she's jacked too. She's jacked like you, because my mom was a bodybuilder. I'm like, okay, I see where she gets it from. It runs in the family, runs in that side of the family. People are just jacked and in good shape and nice looking and stuff. And then my brother walks in and he's like, wow, she's hot. Who's that girl? I'm like, yo, that's our cousin, man. He's like, it is? Come on. He's like, why didn't you tell me? Like, you just came in and said she's hot. You gotta give it a second. I never forget that. Now, every time I think of her, I think of my brother calling her hot. Oh my gosh. Anyway, back to Candace Owens, guys. I get off track sometimes.
That's exactly how everyone is speaking behind the scenes. And you just have to love Joe Rogan for having the courage to just have a boys chat publicly, which everyone's relating to and laughing to, except for Turning Point USA, because this has been their PR strategy, this bizarre strategy to go after the comedians for noticing, to go after people for noticing, for trying to entrap them into lawsuits by sending D-list debater bros who know nothing about the case for trying to investigate the case. I mean, it's backward. The best thing that they could have done would have been to say and do nothing for at least a year, rather than partnering with Charlie's enemies, saying that his friends were enemies and that his enemies were friends. None of this is making any sense. And we have now reached peak comedy, with people now just leaning into it and mocking it. And somehow they continue to go after me as if I were not here, this conspiracy would somehow stop. I'd like to remind everybody, I was the last to comment publicly about the strange behavior of Erika Kirk. And I only weighed in beginning in December, when she went on to a press tour and explicitly shared something that was untrue. That the night before, Charlie was not sending messages saying that he feared for his life. So we are to believe that Charlie did not share his fear with his wife at all the night before, when she says he was just so excited to do what he's always done, so excited to go to UVU, he couldn't sleep. Maybe he couldn't sleep because he thought he was going to be killed. That makes more sense to me. Never known Charlie to not sleep over a tour stop of a place that he's already been. This is not a thing. But maybe he, down the line, just became so excited about going to tour stops that he couldn't sleep and was eating in the middle of the night. It's not adding up. Anyway, another video I want to show you. Yesterday, I was telling you about this account.
We'll get into that in a second. But somebody said, wouldn't your brother know your cousin? No. We don't know our family like that. We don't know all the family and stuff. There's too many. There's too many scattered throughout New York. It's too much. And then, you're from the islands. So now all of a sudden, like me and my brother, we have different dads. My brother's father, my brother's grandfather had 25 kids. What? No, there's no keeping track anymore. It's over. It's over now. Now it's over, So it gets too crazy. And then there's Florida. There's New York. Then there's the UK. There's like 100 in the UK. It's too much. It's too much. And then there's Barbados. And then there's Jamaica. And then there's Cuba. It's just too much. It's crazy. So no, we don't know all of this. Sometimes mom will just walk in. One time my mom walked in, she's like, yeah, this is your grandfather. She's like, yeah. She's like, because we're part white. And we were like, what? We are? And she's like, yeah, you guys didn't know that? She's like, my grandfather was white. She's like, you know what they call them in the islands? They call them white N-words. And I was like, Mom, don't say that. What's wrong with you? She's like, that's what we call them. She's calling her grandfather a white N-word. I was like, hey, come on now. What's going on here? But he was. He had like green eye, blue eye. It wasn't her father. It was like her grandfather. He had like blue eyes. He was white. Just a white guy. I was like, so we're part white? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay. All right. None of us knew. It's like Irish or something. Irish or Scottish or something like that. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, we got a big mixed up family. Huge mixed up family. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen. White negus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, someone said that's what colonization does. That's what colonization, really is. It's so you're on the island and everybody just mixes up, and the Irish people are like, we're going to be slave masters. And the people from Britain were like, yeah, right. Get in the field with the other ones, you weirdo. You're slaves. Get out of here. And then eventually they're like, we're not coming to get any of you guys. All you guys are staying on the island. And then they're just like, okay, well, these ladies got big booties. And the next thing you know, everybody's trading spices and everybody's mixing up and everybody's making things and everybody has their recipes. And people from Pakistan and India come over and they got spice, but then they look and they go, whoa, these ladies got big booties. And then, you know what I mean? It's just next thing you know, everybody's just mixed up. And you got Jamaica, and then you got Barbados. That's the way it goes, man. Would you leave? You're from Britain. And it's like, well, we're going to get on this boat and we might not make it, but hopefully we do. And we could freeze to death once we get there. Mate, let's stay here. Look at all these big booty ladies, mate. We's going to go down. We're going to go back to Britain. We're going to be, I'm not doing it, mate. I can live outside here. What are you talking about? I'm staying here. I am. I'm not going with you. You go ahead. You're going to die on that boat. You're going to get scurvy and syphilis, So everybody stayed. You know how it goes. Anyway, Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen. Little side note. Ben Shapiro, ladies and gentlemen, has a problem with Joe Rogan. And would you believe it? A problem with Candace Owens too? Oh my gosh. So as soon as Joe Rogan said this, literally the second that he said this, someone said, please remove him from the screen. We gotta play Ben Shapiro. It's just a little bit. Don't worry. But he has a problem with what Joe Rogan said because Joe Rogan's leaning towards Candace. And that is 100% not allowed at all. But it's crazy how he decides to attack him. He just basically starts calling him an idiot. And it's like, you might think that about Joe Rogan. But listen, I know a lot of you guys who don't like Joe. You're basing it on a whole bunch of things. He's basing it on one thing, this attack. This attack is based on one thing. The fact that Joe said, I think what Candace is saying is actually worth looking into. And I'm leaning towards that. That's what he's basing this on solely. He'll try to make it appear like it's about other things, but he's lying.
Yesterday, Joe Rogan dropped the bombshell that he is starting to believe Candace Owens' theories about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's what he had to say.
Wasn't that guy a furry?
No, he loved a furry.
Oh, he loved a furry. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if that's true.
All right.
The more time goes on, the more I'm leaning towards Candace Owens. Whatever the spin is about Tyler Robinson, there's some bullshit to it. I don't know how much of it is bullshit, but there's some bullshit.
Okay, listen, I know. I like Joe personally. He's a nice guy. Also, this kind of stupidity ought to immediately make you question Joe's capacity to discern truth from fiction because, dude, come on.
I like when he tries to be human. I love when Ben Shapiro tries to be human. It's so fun. It's so fun when he tries to inflect his voice. Come on. It's like, I love when he tries to do that. It's so good. It's so good. He thinks he's people, It's just that right there. I mean, that sums it up right there. I like this guy personally. And also, he's an idiot. Come on, guys. It's just so wild. Because you know he would be on Joe's show. If Joe was like, hey, you want to come on the show? He would do it in a heartbeat. He's probably wanted to come on the show a whole bunch. Him, Dave Rubin, the whole Zio Ranger gang. They all want to be on Joe's show. Joe actually says no quite a bit. Or usually says that he's busy, but that's what he does.
This is the equivalent of essentially endorsing the theory that staring at hieroglyphics can solve your health problems, which Joe also kind of did recently.
The hieroglyphs actually carry the information in the form. And so the form of those shapes, now we've, some of the greatest minds on the earth are starting to recognize that if you draw one of those shapes and show it to a human mind, it creates an incredible medical response. You can reverse inflammation, all kinds of things by looking at the shape, because the shape is creating a waveform.
Wait a minute, looking at the shape of certain hieroglyphs?
Yeah, the shapes that are in Egyptian hieroglyphs are now being used to really change human biology. We're realizing it was not a symbolic representation of something; it was a full transmission of information.
Is there papers written on this?
So Ibrahim is one of the greatest minds out there. He's out of Egypt, Cairo, Egypt, and he's in his 80s now. And I'm going to connect you with him because you'd love to have him on this show. But he has been hired by large, groups, and now Switzerland has hired him now to recode their 5G network with these shapes to improve biology and life around the 5G network.
Now, I'm not super shocked by this kind of stuff. Joe Rogan, Joe tends to believe pretty much every conspiracy theory that he can find because, let's be real, conspiracism is fun. Like, it's super fun. It's chatty.
Yeah, someone's just saying, let's take something out of context. Yeah, I mean, Joe didn't even believe the whole thing, right? You guys know I'm going to defend Joe from time to time. That's going to happen, especially against Ben Shapiro. But Joe didn't even believe the thing. He said, are there any papers on this? Which meant that he was skeptical and wanted to hear more proof. The guy didn't provide any more proof. And then Ben Shapiro stares at the camera and blinks twice to state how stupid Joe is. I mean, first off, I'm going to watch that podcast because that sounds interesting. I love rabbit holes like that. I absolutely love it, especially with what we're learning about Wi-Fi and all that stuff. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, look into it. It's crazy. But I mean, just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. But this is what Ben Shapiro does. And this is what he does. This is what he does when someone goes against the country that he loves. and it's not America. It's not America. He doesn't seem like he loves America all that much. It seems like he feels like the people of America are morons and that they need to be led properly by people like him, I will say. And anytime that the people decide that no, they're not going to be led by him or anyone he thinks should be in control, he attacks them. It's just what he does. Like Joe, like listen, I've made videos not favorable about Joe, right? I've made videos like that where I talk about Joe, Andrew Wilson and Joe. I was talking about how disappointed I was, how nonsensical the whole thing was. It seemed like pay for play. I was talking about all this stuff. But I mean, I'll base it on some things that actually make sense. Someone said, Coach, tell us about Wi-Fi. Oh man, you got to look it up. You never heard RFK talk about Wi-Fi? You never heard people talk about 5G? Never heard that? Oh man, there's a whole rabbit hole. Whole weird rabbit hole. Okay. And the rabbit hole starts with human health and it ends with people can use routers like cameras to get the schematics of your house. That's what they say. That's not what I'm saying. That's what they say. Okay. Who's they? You'd have to go and find out. Just saying. It's weird stuff. But yeah, that's Ben Shapiro. I mean, look at him. Trying to appeal to people's emotions. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ben, we know you don't have those. Okay. We know you don't have those emotions that you're trying to display on the screen via your eyebrows. Okay. We know you don't do that. Like, you're not fooling us. Not fooling us anymore. He fooled me at one point. I gotta say, hoodwinked.
You can fill 5 hours talking with your comedian friends about how the moon landing was fake and underwater demons who might be aliens control our lives. I get the shtick, right? Joe's shtick is that he is basically caveman discovering the world by talking with all the people. This never results in any firmly held belief, so he'll endorse James Tallarico, the psychotic left-wing howdy doody of Texas, and Donald Trump within 2 years of each other. But listen, it's fun to watch the journey. It's just...
How unfair is that to say, as someone like him who was like, Trump should never be in office. This guy was a never Trumper. And then literally, as Trump got, I mean, like, this was within a year. This was within the same year, I think. He went from a never Trumper to supporting Trump. What are we talking about here? I mean, seriously. I'm just saying. You know, I know Joe has his faults, but it's just wild the way he tries to do this type of thing here. I don't want to play too much Ben Shapiro. I know. Just a little bit more. I'm going to use a different clip now, because now he's not only saying that it's a problem, he's saying it's a problem. Actually, I should actually go back to this clip. He's saying it's a problem to take Ben serious, or it's a problem for society to take people like Joe Rogan serious. And then he spans off to politics and why Joe Rogan's a problem for politics as well.
Sitting with your friends in college and popping open a beer, or in Joe's case, smoking a blunt, and waxing philosophic on whether
popping open a beer. Oh, just not even a person, you know? Hey guys, let's pop open a beer. What? What'd you say? Who's this guy? Who's this guy with the eyebrows? Hey guys, I just want to pop open a beer. You guys want to pop open some beers? Let's pop beers. What? Pop beers? Who is this guy? What are you talking about, man? I'm human just like you guys are, and I want to pop beers. Let's pop some. Wait, what are you guys being all stiff for? Let's pop open some alcohol beverages and get inebriated. Is that a problem? Inebriated? This guy a cop? What did he just say? Popping beers, inebriated? Excuse me?
your chair really exists, man, or whether when you see the color red and I see the color red, is it the same color red, bro? Or which Kardashian sister is the hottest? It's like bullshit the bros. That's what the show is. And under normal circumstances, that's fine and fun and whatever. It's a free country. You can listen to what you want. There are two things that make this kind of stuff a problem for America more generally. One, when people start treating this stuff seriously. And two, when politicians start treating this stuff seriously.
It's so crazy. I am going to stop playing him. I mean, he gets into why it's a problem. He talks about J.D. Vance. He starts attacking Theo Vaughn out of nowhere. And again, the whole thing is done because Joe is leaning towards not even fully believing Candace Owens. It's not like he's like, I'm Team Candace and I can't believe I had that Andrew Wilson on. He's not even saying that. He's just saying, I'm leaning towards what she's saying, which means I want to hear her out. And then Ben goes and makes a 33-minute video. A 33-minute video about how terrible Joe Rogan is. How terrible he is. How terrible it is that people take him seriously. I mean, it's just weird propagandic type of stuff that he does. And I guess it's always been like this. You know? I mean, I had this feeling about Ben Shapiro. Like, the hoodwink with Ben Shapiro lasted like, I don't know, a year or something like that. It was like a year where I was like, oh, what is this guy? And then I figured it out pretty quick. Only because, I'm not going to get into it, but I know guys like him. I know a lot of guys like him. So I understood what was going on very quickly, quicker than other people did, for sure. That's a story for another day, but it's just wild that he's able to do this type of thing. And he's just been doing it over and over and over and over again. And people are falling for it. Someone just said wrong think. That is the thing. Wrong think. Like it's not even just wrong think. Right? It's like preemptive wrong think. It's like Joe has the wrong thing. He's thinking wrong. He's not doing the right thing, right? He's not going along with this other country. And for some reason, he's like putting his values into America. He has American values. Like, what the hell's all this? Right? That's what the conservative movement right now, a large part of them is like, why on earth do you care about America? This is crazy. Don't you care about the Middle East? What about Ukraine? What about any other place in the world? Why are you focusing on America? This is gross. There's a large part of the conservative movement that feels that way right now. And Ben Shapiro is definitely in that camp. And it's like preemptive wrong thing. So this guy, it's almost like a public flogging. That's what it's called, right? It's like Joe Rogan does the wrong thing. Let me just show my audience, this is the stupid person, and this is how the stupid person gets treated. So you decide now, are you the stupid person? Or are you going to go along with what we've been saying the whole time? It's very interesting. Someone said pre-crime, but for your thoughts. Yeah, exactly. before you even think about leaning towards what Joe Rogan's saying, let me just show you how people like this get treated. You know, I say public flogging is another term is like buck breaking, Now, obviously, Ben Shapiro is not going to be able to buck break Joe Rogan in the literal sense, but Liberty Lockdown gave me a shout out. Did he? Really? That's interesting. I find it so interesting when people know who I am. So weird. It's such a weird thing. I'm like, how do you know me? What do you mean? Why are you messaging me? How do you know me? Like Elizabeth Lane's like, you want to come on my show? Oh my gosh, I haven't even messaged her back. That was weeks ago. See, I'm very bad. I'm very bad at it. I'm sorry. I do apologize. Yeah, thanks for the shout out, whoever. Liberty Lockdown, Clint. We should call him by his name, Clint. Shout out to you as well. I see you. I see what you're doing. Been seeing what you're doing for a long time, man. Doing great stuff. Really great stuff. Saw him on Julian Dory. That was something else, right? Someone said message Liz back. I should. I hearted the thing that she said, and then I didn't message back. I'm very bad with that. I mean, I so see why these people have handlers. Oh, man, how much easier would it be to have a handler? Whew. I mean, Charlie had it nice. No control over your social media. People are just responding for you, right? They're just setting up where you're supposed to be. The only time it gets bad is when they're like, you're scheduled to speak at UVU. When that happens, it's bad. But the rest of the time, it's like, oh, easy breezy. Someone get me a handler. Good gosh. How nice that would be, right? They just tell me things. Hey, man. I'm sorry. So if I don't email you back, if anybody's watching, if I don't email you back, it's like, I'm bad at it. And I have kids. And if it's like answer a thing or like play with my baby, I'm going to play with the baby. I have to, I have no choice. I call him a sweet boy and then he smiles. You kidding me? I do that all day. I say, are you sweet boy? Are you the sweet boy that I know? Are you the sweet boy I've been seeing around here? And he goes, yeah. And he starts moving around. I mean, how am I not going to do that every time over everything? You're lucky I'm not doing that right now. Anyway. Let's get into this part. Oh, you're so rich in life, brother. Thank you so much, Lainey. I do appreciate that. It's the best. It's the best having kids. Oh my gosh. It's just the best.
It's just absolutely brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. The comedy that is coming out right now. Again, like I said, we have reached critical mass with this with this. And so sending out these influencers and wasting money doesn't work. Just sit down, have a full conversation. I mean, it's just so easy. Like I said, there obviously not just could be, there are likely a ton of things that we have gotten wrong as we have pursued this investigation. And I'm saying, when I say we, I'm referring to all of the investigators, independent investigators, whether that be Nissi, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, Coach Colin. Sure, I'm sure we have made some errors, but we did not make them knowingly, and we wish to correct them if we did make them. The best way to solve this is to just sit down and be honest. I actually taught a great lesson yesterday or last week in my debate when we turned Andrew Wilson by the end of it into a conspiracy theorist who thought
turned him into a conspiracy theorist. He's probably more of a conspiracy theorist than we know. But yes, there's the shout out, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. I know you guys get happy when the shout outs happen. So I will show you the shout out. But you have no idea how many like right away, like that shout out happens, and then you wake up and there's like 3 attacks, like people just tagging you into saying terrible things. It's like, okay, all right, okay, I get it. She shouted me out. Like, that's also an indication that I got a shout out when someone attacks me. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. She called me an investigator. I was like, oh man, oh come on. I guess so. I feel like I'm more of a reporter, That's what I feel like, because I'm reporting on things. I bring it back to you guys. We gather it all up. We bring it to you guys in case you missed it. But someone said, Lainey said, put on the armor of God. Mike Riley says, F those demons. Yeah, there you go, man. But Yeah. Shout out to her. Thank you for the shout outs. We do appreciate it on the show. And we appreciate you. I mean, you know, I always say I cover her so much because I know that if no one did, and she wasn't getting Barron and Nisi and all the other names that we can name, that they would bankrupt her. They would make her look insane. They would get the public to believe that she was insane. They would even go for, you know, there's a reason why Alex and many other people were saying she needs to be committed, because they were trying to push that narrative. And if that could have worked possibly on her, they obviously wouldn't have worked on her husband, but you know, that's what they try to do. They try to get you to that point. That's what they did with Kanye West. That's what they do with a lot of people in media, a lot of celebrities. They will try to make them look insane. They will try to make people think that they're crazy. And that way, when something happens to them, they go, oh, well, you know, they were suffering in the darkness. Oh, man, you know, that's what they do. And they would have done that for her, to her. I think if it wasn't for all of us rallying around the whole thing. If she was doing this on her own and she wasn't getting the views and everything and all of the attention, they would have made her look insane, and they would have done away with her if they could have. 100%. 100% they would have done that. So I'm always going to speak up for someone when people are trying to make them look insane, especially when they're not, you know. They did the same thing to Tucker Carlson. And I was covering Tucker Carlson when he first got fired. I was like, oh, I know what they're going to do to this guy. Like 100%. They're gagging him from speaking, and they're saying that he's racist and all these different things. And then they were trying to like dig up all this dirt on him and all these different text messages and this and that. I'm like, oh, I know what's going to happen to this guy. So you cover it. When Joe, back 2020, 2021, Joe was the guy who was having all those doctors on and all this stuff, and they were doing the same thing. Oh, this guy's crazy. And wow, it'd be a shame if he lost this. He should not be on Spotify. Wow, he should be kicked off every platform. I know what they were trying to do to him. They're trying to make him look insane. They're trying to say he would be responsible for people's deaths. I know what's going on. Anytime there's somebody like that, I'm going to speak up for him. So Candace is definitely that person right now who needs people to speak up for her. Well, not really, because she's like fierce, but still, you still want to help where you can, right? And I have a voice, and it was given to me by God, so I use it. Anyways, Dave Smith, Candace Owens. Lainey, you actually got me some timestamps for this, didn't you? I was listening to this. I don't even know how you had time to listen to this. I didn't have time to listen to this last time. Well, I did, but I didn't have time to write down the timestamps. That's for sure. I was just listening to this free flowing while I was like throwing out garbage and stuff, cleaning up the house and whatnot. That's what I do. That's how I procrastinate. When I'm supposed to do things, I just start like cleaning and just doing stuff. And I started doing things I shouldn't be doing. I just start cleaning up the house and all sorts of nonsense. That's what I do. If you walk into my house and it's clean, it's because I'm avoiding doing something. That's how I do it. I'm the unofficial internet press secretary. There you go. There you go. At least it's not a liaison. I'm not the Candace Owens liaison. That's for sure. I don't want that title. So, I met Candace Owens, gave her a big effing hug, and I got an official title after I met with her. I'm the official liaison for all Candace Owens attacks. If you have something to say about Candace Owens and the investigation, you come to me. Can you imagine? What a dweeb I would be, huh? What a raging dweeb I would be if I did that. Oh my gosh. Let's go. We were just talking about Ben Shapiro. Let's start with the Ben Shapiro hated Charlie Kirk. Let's start with that one. Let's jump over here. We're going to switch tabs real quick, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't even jump up. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good, actually. I didn't want it to. Where are we at? 28 minutes, 45 seconds. Let's go over here. Let's see this. That is not the timestamp. There it is. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Shapiro hated Charlie Kirk. Let's go.
That is what makes people not trust them. Like,
yeah.
I actually was just so shocked. It was such a known from the beginning all the way through to the end that Charlie Kirk did not like Ben Shapiro. It's mind boggling that his wife would take over the organization and at the very first big event at AmFest would have Ben Shapiro open after her. That is crazy that they would even allow him to sit in the studio of Charlie Kirk days later. You're going, what the heck is going on? With $1 million in hand, you're just going, what's happening here? And then when Andrew Colbert this was such an extraordinary lie that even Ben Shapiro came out and corrected it. Like Andrew Colbert, I was like, he was trying to tell people that I was not friends with Charlie Kirk, which is like, I couldn't even believe it. And Ben Shapiro was. I said, I want you to actually say he was friends before I released his messages. And I did. And it was going to be way more painful. I released one. I was about to release a whole set. Then Ben Shapiro came out and told the truth. It was crazy. He then tweets, I've never said that Charlie and I were friends, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, Turning Point USA is so nefarious that even Ben Shapiro is willing to tell the truth about something in his relationship with Charlie, because I was just going to blast him. I mean, I had so many messages screenshot and I was just going to be like every single year, all the way up until the very end of his perspectives about Ben Shapiro. He thought he was a snake. He thought he operated behind the scenes. Ben Shapiro, like everyone, you think you're going to be friends with him. And then suddenly he's chronically Ben Shapiro. He's terminally Ben Shapiro. Right. And so the fact that they were willing to lie, but Andrew Colbert was willing to lie about that, it means that you've betrayed Charlie. You just did betray. You are betraying him every single day when you take and stake positions that Charlie would have never taken. And that is why people are going, what wife would allow this? What wife would allow this? You hate the enemies harder after your husband has been killed, after your friend has been killed. You would hate his enemies more in the immediate aftermath. And yet she has reserved more hatred for me than for Tyler Robinson. That's wild. Who she unblinkingly said he did this, he acted alone, told Barry Weiss, she has no questions, essentially convicted him by saying, I forgive you, right? You got to do something wrong to be forgiven before anything came out, before she had any more data points. What is that going to make the public think about you? And you have to own that. You have to stop pretending this is Candace's fault. It was felt before Candace even turned her attention and went, well, that was weird. You lied about this text message. And it's because people are observing your behavior.
All right, guys, let's take a
man. That's crazy. It is weird that she has Erika, has reserved more hate for Candace than anybody. And maybe we can't say explicit hate, but that whole what was it, Daily Mail article came out of what Erika calls her and this and that, and they haven't made any statement saying it's not true. And then Andrew says it's not true. And then Tracy only says that it wasn't me that said the article. They didn't ask for a retraction or anything like that, which was also very weird. They could have done that, especially if it wasn't true. So you assume there is something like that being said when it comes to Erika Kirk and what she thinks about Candace. And it is very odd. It is very, very odd that you do that with Candace. Even I made sure to pray for Gary, and I had like 8,000 people watching when I did it too. And I'm hoping that 8,000 people actually prayed for Gary, because that'd be great. I got a message from somebody who served the country who said, I think you're on point with that whole thing. A gentleman named Brent, he messaged me and he's like, that is what we go through. He's like, when we come back, we don't have the camaraderie and it's terrible. It's hard. So, it's interesting that she can't do that same thing. But I also don't think, how do I put it, that she is as deep in her faith as it seems she is. And that it just seems that way to me. I'm not going to cast, I guess I am casting judgment. I don't know. It seems like she's not super deep in that faith. Because if you were deep in that faith, it wouldn't just be at the event of the century, I forgive Tyler Robinson. It would be at every turn when these attacks come, not just when it's camera worthy or clip worthy, but when it's something like this. Gary is looking for my address. Why? Why are you doing that? Who are you doing it on behalf of? Is it for you? Is it for malicious intent? My family, you're going to hurt me and my family? What are you going to do? And I was praying for him. Why hasn't Erika came out and had that same moment and said, let's all pray for Candace. Why hasn't that happened at a Turning Point Faith event? Why hasn't that happened? Instead, they have somebody looking down at a screen being like, podcasters and their low IQ audience. Oh, the IQs are so low and the podcasters are so evil and demonic. Where is that moment of prayer and all that stuff? You're supposed to do that, as a Christian. I was talking about it today with my friend. I won't get into it, but we were just talking about how that is how you defeat spiritual warfare. You actually, that is how you combat spiritual warfare, right? Because I'm doing like St. Michael's Lent. My friend who I was talking to is Protestant, and we were just talking about that whole thing of like spiritual warfare, because that's what the Lent is about. We were talking about spiritual warfare and how, the way that you actually fight what the enemy has laid out for you is to pray for people like that. That's how you neutralize it, right? Because then again, it's like what Satan means for evil, God turns to good. And, it's through you that happens, because you're praying for that same evil, that pawn that's being used. If that's what Candace is in their eyes, why aren't they praying for her? Why doesn't that ever happen? Interesting stuff. Let's move on. What other clips do we have here? We have this clip. Let me see. And we have this clip. Let's check out, where are we going to go next, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go to the 1102, because Dave actually has some very, very good things to say when it comes to the debate. I'm sure you guys have already, anybody that watches Dave Smith regularly, I'm sure you have seen him discuss what happened with Andrew Wilson. He says he likes Andrew and whatnot, but he had a bunch of things to say in regards to the debate. He makes some great points. Let's listen to that.
What I was trying to demonstrate early on, as soon as he said 75%, why does he have a problem with people thinking about what would be to him 25%, right? Why does he have a problem with people stepping outside and saying, I'm looking at the evidence and I'm interpreting it in a different way? And the reason why I knew that he did not watch the preliminary hearing was because he was completely lost on the point that I was trying to make when I said, I can keep explaining this to you, but I can't understand this for you.
Someone said, I think Frank Turek prayed for Candace. You have to, there's a reason why I made sure to do the prayer with everybody. And I called out Jesus's name during the prayer. I prayed like I pray with my family every day. I pray like I pray by myself every day in the morning. There's a reason I did it that way. Because when you say, I pray for her, that's not you praying. That's you saying words and then moving on. And you're trying to create the illusion that you have prayed for someone when you have not. When someone looks at you and says prayers, that's not how prayer works. Have you seen a prayer warrior at work? That's not how it goes. It's not 4 words. You know what I mean? You're supposed to make some declarations for that person. Anyway. So no, Frank Turek did not pray for her.
Where they are at in terms of where he gathered what he perceives to be overwhelming evidence was during the probative hearing. The standard at the probative hearing is you can just look at a piece of evidence and then you can infer what you want. The prosecution is basically doing what Candace Owens is doing on her podcast, right? So the prosecution is looking at a person in a maroon shirt and saying, that looks like Tyler Robinson to me. Because they're both wearing Converse sneakers. He actually said this, lead investigator. They couldn't even connect how the person in the maroon shirt coming up the stairwell was also the person who was coming up the stairwell in the black shirt. They asked that question. How do you know these are actually even the same 2 people? And he comes back and he says, because they're both wearing Converse. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard for saying, I'm totally certain that this is Dave. I'm going to be honest. It could be you coming up the staircase. I don't know. The image is blurry. And so if I'm looking at that evidence and I'm saying, I think it's not Tyler Robinson, why is one called a conspiracy theory and the other one called overwhelming evidence just because it's coming out of the mouth of a lead investigator? That's just his opinion, which, by the way, is allowed at this stage of the hearing. I was saying to him, this is Utah's Rule 1102. The judge could not have made this clearer. It was constantly thrown out, and that's why I knew he didn't watch the hearing. He didn't research what that rule meant. Hearsay is just allowed. You can say, I spoke to Bob, and Bob told Cindy that he thinks that that's Tyler Robinson. All of that is permissible. So they're not doing anything wrong, but he couldn't understand what was hypocritical about him constantly calling people conspiracy theorists, demanding further evidence when he was doing the exact same thing by saying, well, I find everything that they did at the the probative hearing to be convincing evidence. And I recognized immediately that he did not spend any time watching the hearing. He didn't comprehend. He didn't research anything. And it was going to be a cakewalk. And that was why he wanted to move away from discussing the evidence. I wanted to keep going on and discussing the screwdriver and discussing the towel and all of these elements that I think would have made the debate more interesting for people to listen to. And he was like, no. I just want to move towards questioning you about things you've said about Erika Kirk, essentially.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our...
Very, very, very true. Very true. Owens 2028. Yeah, let's go. 2028 might be a bit soon. It might be. It might not be. I mean, the lady moves mountains. So who knows? Who knows? Let me go back to this point. Here, there you go.
Once, and this was so early in the debate, but it was almost like a deficit that Andrew never recovered from, was that once he defined overwhelming as just like this very subjective pleasing myself type thing, which I think there should be, like, I'm not saying there's as clear cut a definition for overwhelming, but it's got to be something in the realm of objective evidence, not just your subjective, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly where you would draw the line of that, but like you're making a case that there's overwhelming evidence. Okay. The state hasn't really presented its case yet. This hasn't gone to trial. This is a man who's innocent until proven guilty. So we're already starting with you're making a very specific claim too. And then when you immediately, that kind of falls apart because again, you pressed him on like, okay, well, you're saying in this tweet, you're saying there's photographic evidence, there's DNA evidence. And you're like, okay, well, here's the problem with the photographic evidence. Clearly, you can't see that that's Tyler Robinson on the picture. It's just kind of objective. Then you go, okay, so take that out. So then don't have that there. And then he goes, well, that's supported by the context of other evidence. And you're like, no. You can either see that this is him or you can't. If you can't see that this is him, then let's focus on this other evidence that you're saying is evidence. But if you can't see that this is him, then obviously that's not evidence, right? And then, so then it's like you make the point about the degradation of the DNA. And he just didn't really have a response to that.
So what?
Yeah,
he says, so what?
Okay, like, now, I'm just saying, if you're taking on this debate, you have to have an answer to that. Now, you lose me. I tap out pretty quickly on like forensic expertise. So if you were to just go, oh, well, this happens sometimes. You're something like, okay, maybe but he didn't even offer anything like that.
No, he couldn't describe the dust, the debris. And I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping. Like, first off, you're going to say the gun was taken apart. I mean, I know this case so thoroughly that I was happy to go through the evidence and present my claim, which is like, this could just as well be a patsy or not be him at all, because they never connected that gun, which had dust and debris, to Charlie's body. And he didn't want to do that. He knew instantly at that route, he couldn't defend. As soon as he got to so what about the degradation of prints, it's like, what do you mean, so what? Like, that is me proving my point that we don't know who was the person who had this gun last. If you're saying his is the most degraded and there's 4 other sets of prints or 5+ other sets of prints on it, you actually need to explain to me why I shouldn't think that someone just took his gun and threw it into the woods. And then I was going to get into how they haven't been able to connect it to Charlie's body based on the testimony of Samantha Carner, but he wouldn't give me that opportunity. He was like, we're done off of discussing the evidence because I now want to bring up obscure clips of you talking about Erika Kirk, which actually has nothing to do with the evidence, which we're here to debate. Like, our debate claims, I cannot say this enough. There was no contract when he tried to say there was like some contract where he was allowed to depose me. That did not exist. We were here to debate our claims that Tyler Robinson, the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, versus me saying, and he did take my tongue in cheek mocking them for saying overwhelming, but I allowed it to stand, that there's just as much evidence that he could be a patsy. Like, we're here and we don't have any concrete proof one way or the other.
Yeah, which I think like that is, I got to say, I think that's a very reasonable position to take. And particularly, again, like I said, I really do think that in the big picture, the biggest piece of evidence that I think really came out that backed you up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to look at this other than, if you're being honest, you got to go. When you had been conducting this investigation publicly for months already, and your podcast was like the #1 podcast in the world. So it's not like this was this was a thing that was known, that you were like on the attack about theories saying this one didn't add up and you're looking at what else happened. And then the director of counterterrorism resigned over a war that we just launched. And the first thing he says when he goes on the other biggest news show in the world is it sits down on Tucker Carlson's. Now, by the way, I had gotten info that Charlie Kirk and stuff about him was going to be all over his resignation letter. I had gotten this info like 48 hours before he resigned. So, like, in other words, the intelligence that I got from people close to this was correct, that like a resignation was coming down the pipe. By the time the actual letter came out, there wasn't much about that in there. But on his first interview, he talks all about this. And he goes, dude, the first thing he says is he goes, dude, I mean, Charlie Kirk was screaming in the West Wing about how we have to stop Trump from going to war with Iran.
That's interesting. That was supposed to be like in his letter. Oh, well, I'm glad Joe Kent is safe and sound. I don't know how safe and sound he would have been if that was in his resignation letter. I mean, even with what he said in that resignation letter, they were like, wow, what a leaker. I don't know. Maybe he needs to get arrested because of what he said. I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with the Middle East or anything. He's just a leaker. He's dishonest. I don't know. The DOJ should like arrest him. FBI. I don't know. I feel like he needs to. Oh man. If he brought up Charlie in that letter, oh my gosh, he might be gone right now if we did. I mean, God forbid, but he might be gone right now if he did bring up Charlie in that letter. That would have been crazy. But it would have been great because then the president would have to actually address it. The president hasn't had to address Charlie at all. Like, not even a little bit. It's actually pretty crazy. Like, less than Butler. And he barely addressed Butler. It's pretty crazy. He gave 2 statements, and that was it. And one of them was accompanied by him talking about the ballroom. And Jimmy Kimmel made fun of it. It got fired. Oh my gosh. If Jimmy Kimmel got fired for saying that, imagine what would have happened. Imagine what would have happened to Joe Kent if he put that in his resignation letter. Jeez.
And then he's publicly executed. And then he says, and our investigation was suppressed when there was legitimate foreign, like, I think he said data points or something that should have been pursued. Well, okay. I mean, that alone kind of gives license to American citizens to freaking, like, it's in our hands now. And so I don't know.
Like, a motive. And that's what I was saying. When he starts bringing up this stuff about Israel, it's like, this is a motive that should be explored. I mean, Charlie was being pressured by Israel, or I should say, like, Israel-focused donors, the top Zionist donors to his organization. They were threatening money, and he was giving them the finger. And by the way, just by the fact that all of these people lied about it, okay, you have no incentive to lie. It'd be totally fine if that was all happening, and you're like, well, I know we were pressuring him, but honestly, we had nothing to do with his murder, and I actually kind of feel bad that we pressured him about this. And the end, whatever. They came out and it was like a picture of Charlie hugging an Israeli flag. We got Bibi Netanyahu saying, I didn't do it, when really nobody asked him if he did, less than 48 hours later. And then we have his wife Shabbat Shaloming on tour. Like, they were just trying to say to us, you have to accept that Charlie loved Israel and that he would do anything for Israel immediately, which was very strange. It didn't really make sense to me. And the story about, which did get debunked in court, they kept trying to tell us that this was a political assassination. Well, his boyfriend testified that they never discussed politics, that he never discussed LGBTQ issues. And he never mentioned Charlie Kirk to him. Like, there goes your entire motive. So since your entire motive exploded on the basis of the evidence that you are accepting, which you should not be, because Lance was given use immunity in that testimony. But let's take it. Let's do it your way. Let's say Lance, everything he says, we should be like, okay, this is a fact. We should follow the boyfriend. He's not a shady character. He's being protected by the FBI. Nobody knows why. Then if we're going to use that analysis, then Lance told you that the motive is BS. Right? He had no LGBTQ motive. He didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. They never discussed these issues. He was not political in those ways. So now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find a new motive. And I've presented a lot of potential things that should be explored. Also, Charlie changing his will with Erika, scheduled for 3 days after but he got assassinated that Monday. Okay, so I guess it was Wednesday to Monday. He was supposed to be in an office changing his will. Like, in a normal investigation, that might mean nothing, but most people would go, we should take a look at that. Men don't usually just go and change their wills and then unfortunately die a couple of days before. What's going on? He also wanted to look into the finances at Turning Point USA. So when he just keeps using this stupid phrase, what's your positive evidence? It's like, do you know how an investigation works? Explore these leads. Explore what was going on behind the scenes of the donors. This man was running an organization that had $100 million coming through it. Okay. That's a potential motive. In fact, in 80% of murders, we know that people are killed by somebody they know. So how
as she keeps talking about Andrew and talking about how he keeps trying to go back, or he kept trying to go back to just clips about Erika Kirk, and then I talked about Officer Tatum and how Officer Tatum was kind of backing what he was saying just out of nowhere before he abruptly just ended the stream. Said he would get some clips together, didn't get any clips together, seemed very lifeless, as Lainey put it, throughout the whole thing. Now we have Myron actually saying the same thing. Now, I'm not going to play it because he has been deplatformed. I'm not going to play someone that was deplatformed. It's bad for me. And he's just not worth it, in that opinion. Yeah, no problem with the guy, but yeah. But now he's even saying something very similar. He's actually putting out, it's weird. Andrew Wilson, Officer Tatum, and Myron all saying the same thing. Now, Myron just came out and said it. He goes, I bet once this guy gets convicted, like it's just for sure, this guy's going to get convicted, and then they're going to take every single clip, every single thing that Candace has said, and they are going to hit her with a massive defamation suit. It's exactly what he said. So the same thing that Andrew was trying to accomplish with the whole debate, the same thing that Officer Tatum said at the end of his debate is now what Myron is saying is for sure happening. Weird stuff, man. Very, very weird stuff. I was watching that clip today. I'll repost it right here. They even tagged Myron in it. I'll repost it for you guys. There you go. It's a repost. You can find it on my page. If you're on X, you can watch it. But again, I'm not going to play him on the channel. Yeah, just a business thing. There's nothing to do with him at all. Yeah, I don't watch much of his content, but he does pop up from time to time. But yeah, very weird. Very weird. So it kind of makes sense what's happening with this debate, why this debate took place. It's starting to make a lot more sense. So just to say that, let me go back a little bit here. Let me just make sure, to see. Yeah, someone said setup. Yeah, this is a big setup that it seems like even Myron is in on. Like, what's going on? And then, I already talked about Myron running defense for Blake inside those spaces, which I thought was so weird. And then it was like a few weeks later, Myron's like, oh man, I don't know what's going on, guys, but I have to go to the trial. I'm going to be going to the trial. So now he's going to be one of the people that's at the trial. And if he doesn't have to wait in line for hours and hours and hours like Billy and Brandy have had to do, well, then it's clear what's happening, because Officer Tatum didn't have to wait. Jack didn't have to wait. None of those guys had to wait. They just got to walk right in. Billy and Brandy actually had to sleep outside. They got sleeping bags or not getting any sleep. That's what they had to do to get in, to get one of the 14 spots. So if all of a sudden he just pops up and he's just in there, then we know exactly what's up. So just putting it out there. I want to see him sleeping outside the courtroom. That's what we should be seeing. He should be doing a live stream, sleeping outside the courtroom in a sleeping bag. That's what should have to happen for him. He should not be able to just waltz in there, Mike Riley said that Myron wants back in the gov. I don't know, man. It's so hard to think that some people have even left, you're like, did you leave? You said you were in there. Now you're not. But you're also a big social media presence. But you left. You just left. It's like, I don't know. It's weird, Dan Bongino's like, well, I'm leaving. And then he's like, listen, this is what we have to do. Let's gather up everybody. And, like Graham Allen's working for the Pentagon. Then all of a sudden he comes back to his podcast. And he's like, listen, this is what we have. Come on, guys. It's like, did you really leave? Are you really done? Or did you just get reassigned? Because that's what I would do. If I was Mr. Wachuka and some guy's like, it's been great. I'm just going to retire out and I'm done. I'd be like, what are you going to retire out and do, big guy? Oh, I don't know. I'll just start a tactical company or something. What? What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to give podcasting a chance. Oh, are you? For real? So we can help you with that. We can help you with that, man. And listen, listen. Give you some talking points sometimes. You have full control. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they just reassign people? Like, what? I would do that all day. All day I'd be doing that. Everybody who wants to retire out because their body's too tired. You want to get into podcasting? Why do you think so many of those guys have podcasts? What are we talking about here? Andrew Bustamante. Well, I left the agency. I'm not a spy anymore. He has a shirt that says everyday spy on it. What? Come on. Not believing that, you know? Yeah, they're like crack addicts, you know? Sometimes somebody gets clean from crack and you go, wow, good for them. But you always look at them like, you good? You sure? You all right? All right. Is he good? He's good? Okay. They're like crack addicts. Come on. You think they're done? Nah. I don't think they're done until I see them repent, give their life to the Lord, all sorts of things I got to see before I think they're done. Are you joking? You know, you can't be like, I retired and now all of your talking points line up with what the government wants. I don't believe you. You know, someone says that's Joe Kent. Not really. No. Big Goy Beloy said that. Nope. That's not Joe Kent. Just for him to say the president doesn't abide by, not even for the sake of appearances, not even for the sake of secrecy, does the president abide by you talking down on him at all. At all. The ego thing is real. He really has an ego. He doesn't like impressions of himself, even if they're amazing. He doesn't like people talking down about his administration. He doesn't like people saying he made the wrong thing, made the wrong decision, picked the wrong people. He doesn't like it at all. And he does not abide by it. So they couldn't, you think they would actually be able to pull that off? Mr. President, we're installing this guy as a podcaster, but he still works with us. But listen, Mr. President, he's going to say that you've made the wrong decision with this war and that you're a puppet of another country. Tell that guy to go F himself. How about that? Who is this guy? Bring him in here. What the hell are you talking? You're going to say that about me? You're going to say that about me? What if I put white phosphorus all throughout your house? How about that? How about that? I have people who can do that. You know that, right? You know that. You know what I'm talking about? You do that with me. I promise you, it's going to be Butler. It's going to be UVU. It's going to be bad for you. Okay, pal? Okay? I have an army, okay? Lockheed Martin has weapons you've never even seen before. Have you ever seen a werewolf half man that's laced with grenades all through his body? You ever seen one of those? I have 12,000 of those. You know who I am? I'm the president. You piece of garbage. You better not say anything about me, okay? I don't care if it's a ruse or anything. Everybody in here knows. Pete, come here. Pete, come here. Get over here. If this guy says anything about me, I want you to send a fighter jet over his house. Mr. President, we cannot send a fighter jet over his house. Let me finish. I don't want it kamikaze. I just want you to shoot a missile at his house. That's all I was going to say. Mr. President, we cannot shoot a missile at his house. Just his house. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not BB here. I'm not saying blow up the whole town. I'm not saying that. Okay, just his house. Okay. And his family can be gone. Tell them to go on a canoe trip. I don't care. That's Joe Kent. Okay. You know, just say you don't like somebody, but don't be silly. Remember who the president is. You don't get to just say things about the president and it's like, but I'm still on your side. The hell you are. The hell you are on my side. What the hell is going on right now? Who does this guy think he is? Tulsi, this is your guy? He wrote a thing about me inside his resignation. What's going on? How come he's not dead? This is what I'm really wondering here. How come the guy's not dead yet? Okay. Do I have a room full of enemies here? Because for some reason, the guy who said a thing about me isn't dead yet. I don't understand. What's going on here? You guys are traitors. That's what this is. You are nuts. You think the president's going to sit by and let that happen? You're nuts. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Then you said you'd have to think the Trump is in charge first. Believe you me, he can have a person offed. Don't twist yourself. Don't twist yourself into thinking that he's actually, listen, this is not Weekend at Bernie's. This is not the Biden administration. He's not Weekend at Bernie's. He has the power to do things. Okay. Does he have the power to tell BB no? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Doesn't have, I don't think he has the power to tell BB no. Okay. Maybe BB's just a charmer. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. It doesn't seem like one. But to think that he has no control, you're out of your mind. You're crazy. You're crazy. There's a reason they had such a visceral reaction to him even becoming president. It's because he has some control. Sorry. Sorry, big guy. You know, and it just sucks, you know, big boy Paloy. It just it's a sad state when you're thinking, oh, because I don't like Joe Kent, I'm gonna say that this whole thing. Just I say this to people who hate Candace all the time. Say you don't like the person in all caps, which you did. You actually said that's Joe Kent in all caps, which, you know, respect, you know, but just say you don't like them and just leave it at that. But don't try and like do the whole thing. You know what I mean? You're bending the whole thing because you don't like Joe Kent. Just say, I don't trust Joe Kent. That's it. That's it. People write all the time in this chat. They don't trust Tucker. They don't trust, you know, Sean Ryan. They don't trust Joe Rogan. Just say you don't trust the guy. But don't try and bend our reality, okay? You're not Anderson Cooper here. You're not going to bend our reality here. I got off track. I don't even know what I'm doing now. Let's see. Yeah. You didn't say you don't like Joe Kent. Just once a Fed, always a Fed. What? Huh? What? Okay. All right. So you like him. So if it's once a Fed, always a Fed, and you like Joe Kent, well, then you like the Feds. So who cares then? Just say you don't like him in all caps. Stop it. Just stop it. Good. What are you doing now? Once a Fed, always a Fed. And you know that Fed is going to subvert the public. The Fed is going to subvert the public 100% every single time. It's going to lie to us. And I didn't say I don't like the guy. What? Pardon me? No, those things don't go together. The all cap, believe you me, the all caps remedy is better. You know? Some ex-Feds speak out. Yeah, I know. I think John Kiriakou is that kind of guy. Although John Kiriakou did cancel his appearance on Sneako's podcast because Sneako was going to talk about the Middle East, quote unquote. He was going to talk about the Middle East, and John Kiriakou backed out of the podcast and was like, can't do it. Sorry. I don't know. I'm not the hugest Sneako fan, but I found that to be a little weird. I'm like, why are you backing out of Sneako's podcast? That's weird. Like, you're backing out? I'm like, it's kind of odd. Kind of odd that you're backing out of Sneako's podcast. You think you just sit down with Sneako, have a conversation. It's because Sneako says a lot of wild stuff, right? He says a lot of wild things. I don't agree with him on a lot of what he says, especially New Yorkistan, and he hopes everybody in New York becomes Muslim. Don't really agree with that. You know, because that would be a forceful thing if it happened. But, you know, a little weird for John Kiriakou. Maybe one day he'll do my show and I'll ask him about it, you know, and we'll see what he says. And then we'll make a decision from there. But let's see what else we got here. Not one pro Philadelphia voice has acknowledged the anomalies. I think that's the one to go with next. Hold on. Candace. 1 hour. No, Dave Smith. No, sir. Let's get to Candace. 1 hour. What is it? 1 hour, 11 minutes? Let me see here. Let me make sure. Let's get, 1 hour, 11 seconds. Hold on. Let me just jump over here.
Who support Israel, who want the investigation into Charlie Kirk's death to have been open and shut. I mean, that's just, it's, I notice patterns. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen one person who's radically pro-Israel be like, oh, that is kind of weird. You know, that is kind of weird this happened. You don't have to totally bite every conspiracy theory, but to not recognize the anomalies in this case, like they won't even be like, hey, that is kind of weird that Joe Kent was shut down from investigating foreign ties. No, they all attack Joe Kent immediately. Joe Kent is this. He betrayed. He leaked all of these things. Guys, that's why people find Israel to be suspicious. It's because none of you will even concede the points that are easy to concede. Like if I was actually, like, let's say, and this is hypothetical, but Israel actually killed him. If I'm in charge of the PR policy, I'm going to say to my PR people, my Zionists, I'm going to be like, you know, lean in a little bit to like, I recognize the obvious, be like, hey, you know, that is a little weird about, we should investigate those Egyptian planes. We should, he should be allowed to take a look at foreign involvement. Maybe it's Iran. I think Iran did it. They were just completely like anti-Joe Kent, Turning Point USA included. That's why people think you're shady, right? You're attacking Joe Kent for telling people I was not allowed to investigate foreign ties. That's wild.
And of course,
how is that not a natural partnership for you to bring him on when he leaves? And Erika should be shocked by this. Instead, he's saying Kash Patel didn't let me do this, and Erika's friendly with Kash Patel. That's crazy. It's a total inversion. I'm sorry people are noticing those strange anomalies and thinking that it makes them uncomfortable. And yes, this is going to shock you, Dave. Like, I really don't want to shock you. If the government is actually involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they're not going to want you to have the evidence. It's a crazy thing. JFK assassination. Where is your hard evidence? You know what? I did call the military and ask them to confirm whether or not people were on the ground that day, and they wouldn't do it. Like when he was pushing me on the France thing, I'm like, this came from a military source. I did everything right and reported this. What else am I going to be able to do? That would be the job of Tulsi Gabbard's office, the job of the White House, the job of our military to investigate. Like they're putting the burden on us because they don't want to do their jobs and look into foreign ties. That's completely upside down. So yeah, we're limited as citizens in terms of being able to probe things, but we can point out the strange anomalies and we can clock the lies. And that's what I have been doing and what I will be continuing to doing on my program.
Yeah. I said the other day on the show that because I know people will say this is one, and I hate this because, well, I guess these are also partly my libertarian roots because I am like a real kind of, Thomas Sowell, Murray Rothbard kind of guy deep down. But like people go, oh, Candace has milked this. She's made so much money over the last year talking about these conspiracies. And it's like, I don't know. I always found that was like, almost like, yeah, but that's like saying like, oh, LeBron James has made so much money because he played for the Lakers. It's like, well, he's made a lot of money playing for the Lakers, but he would have made a lot of money had he gone to another team. Also, like, it's just like, no, this is one of the biggest broadcasters in America. So yes, she's made a lot of money on her show, but your show, literally your show, what did you get? I can't remember the exact amount, but it's like broke the YouTube. I think you got like 3 million subscribers the first day or 2 days when you left the Daily Wire. Like it was insane. Like it was like we were
already in the top 10 podcast globally. So it's so crazy that they're pretending that I needed my friend to die to keep me there.
I think actually like kind of more what's going on here, which is something that I find to be
That's a great point. That was a great analogy by Dave Smith. Great analogy. I don't watch his podcast enough. I came across it. I think it was yesterday where he was talking with his producer and they had a bunch to say about the whole debate. His producer, I think it's his producer. It was his friend, this bald guy. Not me, another bald guy. Not related either. Just two bald guys. He was saying how it's more the sportsmanship, quote unquote, of debate rather than actually trying to find out the truth in terms of what Andrew does. But great analogy to be like, she could just, LeBron James would make money wherever he went. They would shell out the 9 figures wherever he went. It didn't matter. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting. I like that. I like that a lot, because obviously Candace, I've seen it. This is one of the things that made me really interested in Candace as a creator. Because when I watch creators, I don't just watch and talk with you guys and make jokes. I actually learn. I learn a lot when I watch different people, whether it's Baron or it's Ian or Ian I actually got to talk to. Baron I've actually got to talk to. But when I watch Candace, you learn a lot. And there's a certain thing to be learned when she decides she's going to, I've talked about this before, when she decides, today we're talking about Blake Lively. And everyone says, okay, yeah. 2 million people, 3 million people go, yeah, we are going to talk about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. And everybody's just like, yup, let's go. And then another week, she's like, we're going to talk about Kanye West and Harley Patzernick or whatever that guy's name is and how he wanted to drug Kanye West. And everybody's like, yes, we're going to listen to that. Yes, let's go. We're going to talk about Ryan Reynolds today, everybody. Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's crazy. That's not regular. That's not a regular thing for podcasters. There's usually Brigitte. She's just like, yeah, we're just going to talk about Brigitte. I think this is a dude. And everybody's like, okay, let's go. It's like you go back. I've actually done it, right? because I'm a weirdo like that. I've gone back, way back in her podcast. And it's just like, it's millions every single time. It's always been millions. She would be the number one podcast in the world if she didn't take vacations. If she just decided, I'm going hard and I'm going to batch episodes whenever I leave on vacation, she'd be the number one podcast, 100%. Her numbers dominate Joe Rogan's numbers. Go look on YouTube. Joe Rogan doesn't always hit 1 million views because sometimes he just has a guy on. It's just a guy that he just wants to talk to, and it gets 400,000 views, or it gets, 4 is usually the lowest, or it gets 600. And then all of a sudden when it gets into the millions on YouTube, that's actually high. That's actually high end. It doesn't usually get into the twos. Hers usually get close to 2 million. Anyway, don't let me nerd out on podcasts here, but yeah, it's very interesting. So she would have made money either way. Definitely, in her words, didn't have to have her friend die for her to be successful. That was already happening. Okay. Now let's switch over. She's a numbers gal. I'm turning into Patrick Bet David over here. It says, and I know how many dollars are connected to these views here. Okay. So the dollars were already coming in, right? USD. We're talking about USD, hard cold USD. So the dollars are coming in from the 2 million and the 3 million. And then from the Charlie Kirk, we're still seeing the 2 and the 3 million. So I know these dollars are, something that Uncle Tom guy said. I think he said this. I'm pretty sure it was him. He said he thinks that Candace is going to get a Spotify deal very soon. And I could see that happening. I never thought of that. I don't know if she would go for that, but from what I've heard, because I have heard people who actually know Joe, right? Again, because I'm a weirdo. So I actually know people that know Joe Rogan. And people have talked about how very accommodating they were when it came to Joe Rogan. And they were like, you can talk about anything, whatever you want, and we won't stop you. Like, you can just go. I don't know. If they gave her that, I don't know, maybe. Because people say don't do it. Why not? Nothing changed with Joe Rogan. I mean, listen, what changed with Joe Rogan is political ties, but the political ties didn't come up because of Spotify. Right. He knew Tulsi Gabbard. He kept tying himself to more and more politicians and more military guys. And like, that's what he did. Like, whatever you have, anything you don't like about the way Joe's show's going now is because of his own friendships that he makes personally. That's what you see happening. It's not because of Spotify. Spotify made it so he could have just been like, Eddie Bravo every single month. Let's talk about the shape of the earth. Joey Diaz, come in here. Like, he could go off. He could go nuts if he wanted to. It's him not doing it. That's it. He could have Candace on right now. It's him not doing it. Spotify's like, okay, go ahead. We don't care. Go ahead. You're gonna get 10 million views. Okay, cool. We're gonna run ads on it. Have fun. They don't care. It's him. It's him and his own relationships that are holding that. Can't look at Joe Rogan and say he's being held back, but it's his own relationships that are doing that to him, right? It's the reason he has to kind of be like, I don't know what's going on with it. Did the president run some kind of crypto scam? I don't know. Did he? I don't know. I'm not really sure. Jamie, don't look that up. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Wow, Theo, you're nuts. What's happening? Gaza, what? Palantir? I don't know. I don't know. I liked Peter Thiel. He's a nice guy. He's always been nice to me. I was at his house for dinner the other night. That's him. Spotify doesn't set up those meetings. Oh man. Remove certain episodes? I think Joe took the opportunity to remove certain episodes. That's what I think more so. Like Spotify didn't tell him to remove a Chris D'Elia episode. If they did, that's weird. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't think they did though. I think he took an opportunity to do that. Oh, I forgot. I have a video for you guys here. I completely forgot. People have been requesting this video for a while now. Let's check this out. People have been requesting this video for quite some time. It's a big requested video for some reason. I've never seen it before. Let's see what's going on here.
Think you're better than me, Paul? You think it's because you're hanging there all day, you're higher than me, you're better than me? Yeah, well, I don't miss. You're not. I'm a bodyguard. I can think. Yeah, you are not better than me at all. Yeah, I'll teach you. Whoa.
Excuse me? Was that real? No way that was real. Oh my gosh. Someone says that Ben Shapiro. That's what I've been told. I've been told time and time again that this is Ben Shapiro. I don't know. It seemed like it was. Good Lord. The thing hit him in the face? Nah. Really? Wow. No way. That's crazy. Nah. That's some kind of prank. There's no way that really happened. There's no way. Get out of here. Shut up. No way. No way. No way. Shut up. No way that's real. Is that real? Is that him? Come on. Come on. People have been asking me to play that for the longest time. I think someone even asked today. No. No way. No way. Come on. Is that for real?
Yeah, I'll teach you.
Jeez. That's not. Oh, man. Wow. Come on. How do I not know about this video? How's this video not been on a million times? This is crazy. People say it's Ben. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that couldn't be Ben. That couldn't be. Why on earth would Ben be in a place with a speed bag? The kid, he played the fiddle when he was a kid. There's no way. There's no way. Anyway, there you go. For everybody that's been requesting that, it couldn't be Ben Shapiro. There's no way. I mean, we can dream. We can dream. But I don't know. I feel like Candace would have played that video by now. If that was real, I feel like Candace for sure would have played that by now. No? Am I wrong? Come on. That's nuts. That can't be him. That just can't be him. I mean, I hope, only because it's so funny. Anyways, guys, let's get to more pressing things here. I got to pull up some Hayden stuff here. Not going to pull up the Myron stuff. I don't need that. But let's get some bookmarks here. Really interesting. First off, rest in peace to Hayden. I hope she's with the Lord. I hope she had that relationship. I have no idea what her faith was or anything like that, but I hope she had that faith. And I hope whatever she went through, she's at peace now, because when people go through these terrible things, Hollywood and otherwise, when they go through these horrible things, it just sticks with them forever. And not a day goes by where they don't think about it. And it's just terrible. And then also there's kind of the threat of, if you talk about this, we're going to come down hard on you. So, I just hope she has that peace right now, because from that first story that I heard that I'm going to play for you guys, I mean, it's crazy what happened to her. And I mean, before passing, just wild. I just want to see if I can find any more bookmarks here on her. We have this interview. The interview is with a person named Jay Shetty. Jay Shetty is, I'd say he's like a personal development guru type, constantly telling people about, how to make their lives better, providing people with inspirational content. That's what I would frame him as. One time he got caught with for plagiarism because he was taking other people's ideas and then doing the same ideas. That's about all I know about Mr. Shetty. Other than that, he seems like an okay guy, but you know how that goes, right? You think someone's an okay guy, and then somebody's like, "Did you see in 1996 what he did to this person, XYZ?" And then you're like, "Oh, well, geez, no, I didn't know that. Didn't realize he did that. Sorry." Then you gotta apologize, because now you don't know who you're supporting. But let's go. Let's jump in here. Someone said he's a monk. Yeah, there's also the whole thing of him. He was a monk. He went to he wasn't actually a monk. He went to a monastery for some time. So I guess you could say you're a monk at that point. I don't know. If I hung out with a bunch of engineers for a while and then did some engineer stuff, would I be an engineer? I don't know. I guess I could say that, right? Andrew Wilson says he was his wife said he was a master sniper. I don't know where that came from. What thing did he do for a short period of time where he got to call himself a master sniper? He's a Mason. He's all these different things. I've had a conversation with a Mason before. Do I get to be called a master Mason now? Is that what I get to do? I don't know. I don't know if that's what I get to do now. Anyways, guys, I'm doing the thing that Andrew Wilson could not do. I am pulling up clips right now and talking about said clips while I do it, because that's what you do when you're a professional. There's some things I'm a professional in, aimlessly talking about things and keeping people entertained. Oh, that's my wheelhouse, ladies and gentlemen. That is my wheelhouse. I do that better than anybody. Hey, where are the I'm not going to say where are the grammar World War II bad guys who can help me pronounce this lady's name? So many of you guys are always getting on me of how to pronounce people's names. Which one of you are gonna school me on how to read this lady's name? Panettiere? Am I saying that right? One of you guys give me a little breakdown of Panettiere. Set me straight, one of you guys. One of you guys set me straight on how to pronounce this lady's name. Is it Panettiere? Give it to me. Give it to me. I know one of you guys has it. Okay, here we go. So check this out. So, okay, this lady dies, right? And she Panettiere. I said it right. There you go. Panettiere. I see two different ones. Someone said I nailed it. I think I got it. Correct. A first in the show, ladies and gentlemen. He finally does it. He finally does it. I am an investigator. Candace was correct. I will step into that power. I am an investigator now. Done deal. Thank you very much. Done. I knew it. I knew I was, but this was the lady here. Of course, there's music in that one. Of course. Anyway, so we're gonna show some TMZ stuff. Hopefully, TMZ actually lets me play their stuff. We're gonna show a bunch of different things, but she passed away. It was sudden. From what we know, it was sudden. I believe she was 36 years old. She's been an actor for a long time. There's actually a bunch of Instagram videos making fun of her dancing when she was a kid, because it was like hip hop dance, and she's like doing like all sorts of funny stuff, and people always poke at it, and she thought that was actually hilarious. So let's hear this story. This is the story that made me go, oh, I understand what happened to her the second I heard this story. So she's speaking out about Hollywood elites, okay, in like a very, very upfront way. Check this out.
Upbringing, you're now with a friend in the industry and then ending up in a situation like this. Could you talk to me about what that moment does to your psyche when you're that?
I mean, the fact that I was 18, even though I'd lived such a huge life and I thought I was so mature at 18, scientifically, her frontal lobes don't develop until we're 26. So even though I felt like I could make healthy decisions, safe decisions. I wasn't capable of being fully aware of what was going on around me. And it wasn't until I found myself in predicaments that I realized my perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous, and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave. And I mean, that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide. And I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
I mean, that sounds, it's such a horrifying event to go through. And to be put in that position at 18 years old.
And disappointing when somebody lets you down like that. And I'd been let down so much before, and that when you really find somebody that you trust, like, you hold on to them for dear life, and you feel so lucky. So to be betrayed like that is just an awful feeling.
And now we're break.
See, this is the thing. Someone said it sounds like Harvey. I don't know if that sounds like Harvey, because it seems like there are certain people at certain times. Have you ever noticed this in Hollywood? Like, this happened with Diddy. It was like all of a sudden it became okay to out him and really focus on him. Out of nowhere, it became really okay to do that with Harvey. People just came out of the woodwork. Cosby, same thing. There's always this like little instances where all of a sudden it becomes okay to talk about that person, and okay to reveal your story about that person. If it was Harvey and she's actually talking about it, Harvey seems like someone you can actually talk about. You could say this person was Harvey, and they'd say, man, okay, all right, there we go. Who wouldn't believe that? Someone said James Blunt, supposedly. A bunch of people are saying Blunt. I don't even know who that is. Probably know him by face. But she says a very, very famous person, right? Let me see. That guy? Really? It's wild if it's that guy. People are saying it's this guy. Never seen this guy before. Whatever he sings, I don't listen to. I got to be honest with you. Who knows? But again, there are some people where it's not okay to talk about them for some reason, right? I don't know why. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's a timed thing. I don't know if it's like, okay, it's time for this guy to go, so everybody who has the stories about him, everybody just pile on. I don't know what it is, but there's other people where you're not allowed to talk about them. Kanye West crossed that line as well. There were some people he was talking about. People kept saying, why don't you just name the individuals? Because it was if you'd believe it, it was less damaging for Kanye to talk about that entire group of people than it would have been to just focus on the individuals, right? There's a lot of those people in the music industry, in the entertainment industry. So I do wonder who this could be, but we'll never know now. And that's the thing, right? This is what I said with Candace and Charlie, where if Charlie was loud about what he thought, then he might still be here with us. If he was like loud as Candace is, if he just got on his show and said, these are the people, this is what I think's going on, this is what I think's been happening, this is the people who I think are after me, these are the reasons I think they're after me, maybe they would have been like, oh geez, Charlie went nuts. Okay, plan B. Yeah, no, cancel UVU, forget about it. Yeah, no, get rid of the microphone. Like, we got to go to making him look crazy. We can't have this. This is nuts. You know, if she got loud about that and said, hey, it's this person, this is the person who did this, this was the person that was in that room, you know, but maybe she's avoiding lawsuits. There's all sorts of things, you know, there's all sorts of factors. Maybe she thought that she's avoiding death by doing that, but then all of a sudden 3 months later she dies. It's crazy. That right there was enough for me. That right there was enough to show me, like, when did she do this? Yeah, 3 months ago. Can I see the exact date? No, Siri, I didn't say anything about you. Stop listening 24/7. I hate phones like that, you know. May 11th. May 11th, she did that. 3 months later, she's gone. And it's because that, this is just my thinking, that person who she could have named and didn't, now that dies with her. That's what I think. I don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, she said very famous. Yeah, she said very, very famous. You know? So I don't know. The whole thing is very, very odd. There's other things. She's one of those people that, you know, just since she was, I mean, she's talking about that experience, just in case anybody didn't click in. That experience happened when she was 18. 18 years old, that experience happened. Who knows if that was the last experience? I would doubt it. I would think those experiences keep going. Someone said Shetty was the wrong person to open up to. I mean, you know, maybe in terms of someone actually doing something, maybe in terms of someone actually maybe he wouldn't do anything. But I mean, when you're on the internet and the video gets what? Let me see here. The video gets 3.6 million views. I'm sure 500,000 of those views came in after she passed, but you know, it still gets out there, right? Millions of people still saw it. Millions of people still clipped it. Millions of people still, you know, heard what was going on. And that's the point when you get on these big platforms, is to have many people hear you. So in terms of him, you know, wanting to actually help or do something, yeah, probably the wrong person. But I mean, she still got the word out. It's just that she just didn't say who it actually was. Let me just, what's this person saying? Super chat. The Oscar director / actor that Hayden hinted at in her memoir, the one who flashes his junk at her at a sketchy party, is most likely Jack Nicholson. He has ties to Mortal Kombat Ultra. Look into Kirby Summers. She does great work. Interesting. Huh. You know, I did a video a while ago. You know, not all the videos have been about Candace, but I did a video a while ago about what channeling actually is, the dark side of channeling. And Jack Nicholson was one of the people. And the only reason I knew that is because at an award show, and this is like way back in the day, this is like, you know, black hair, dark hair Jack Nicholson, skinny Jack Nicholson. So this woman is at an award show, and she is presenting Jack with an award, and she's talking about the role that he played in a movie. And she starts talking about how he was really good at channeling, But she wasn't just using it as a term of like, oh, just channeling. She was talking about channeling, how you open yourself up to something and you channel, what we as Christians want Christ to, we want Christ to come and touch our hearts, our minds, our souls, and have have his will be our will, have his heart be our heart, that type of thing. That's like the good version of it. The dark version of it is channeling, where you're opening yourself up. It's for your benefit. You're letting something into you, and then that thing performs for you, right? Terrence Howard talks about this. Beyonce talks about this. Lady Gaga talks about this. Nicki Minaj talks about this. Eminem talks about this. Jay-Z talks about this. DMX talked about this as well. DMX had something called Damon that was harassing him throughout his life. He made songs about it. Jay-Z has something called Rain Man that he talks about. Eminem has Slim Shady. Lady Gaga has something called Roman. Nicki Minaj has something called Roman. I believe there's another, it might be Cardi B. She has something called Roman as well. So Roman is like this, I don't know, maybe if you look deeper into it, Roman is a known thing. But, Beyonce has Sasha Fierce that steps in. Terrence Howard, his thing was nameless. He didn't name it. There was another guy, his name was another black actor. He just would call on Satan. He would just ask the devil to come and help him when he had to do dark things. So very interesting that you say that Jack had connections to Mortal Kombat Ultra. That makes a lot of sense. Because he grew up in that time. He's old enough to know about Laurel Canyon, right? I don't talk about Laurel Canyon often, but Laurel Canyon was a big thing back in the day. What is this?
Hayden Panettiere.
Oh, it's Lainey pronouncing the name for me there. Thank you, Lainey. Here. Go ahead. Here, thanks.
Hayden Panettiere.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. But yeah, very interesting. You're saying he has connections to MK. I've never heard that, but again, he's old enough to know about, someone's mentioning Jim Morrison, that has to do with Laurel Canyon. All these guys who are just famous rock stars, actors, all sorts of things, all having connection to military, because exactly like what you're seeing today with like Graham Allen working at the Pentagon and then also being a podcaster and telling us what to think about Candace Owens. That is what Laurel Canyon had going on in terms of Jim Morrison and all these rock stars. They were taking the anti-war movement and they were moving it away from looking like guys like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, who were just like well-to-do like nerds who were like, I don't think we should be doing anything in Vietnam. They took it away from that and they turned the anti-war movement into hippies, drugged up hippies. And they did that because they wanted the public to have no want to even inquire into the anti-war movement. And Laurel Canyon and all these rock stars had a really, really, really big impact in that happening. They changed a lot of people because music has the power to do that. Let me see here. Kirby Summers. Thank you so much, Bianca. Kirby Summers, Fiona Barrett have done fantastic work. Let me see. Oh, cool. Let me actually look up these names quickly. But we'll go into some other clips really quick. I just wanted to show that one in particular. Let me see. Kirby Summers. Does Kirby talk about this? A lot of this Kirby is popping up instead of the actual person. A lot of the video game Kirby is popping up. That is, no, not the best name to use. Let me see. Kirby Summers. How about that? Does that change everything? Let's see. That does change everything. Look at that. Look at that. Interesting. We'll see if she has, I know she does fantastic work, but I want to see if she has anything towards this exact thing, which it doesn't seem like she does. But when she does, I will definitely be sharing that if she does a breakdown of that. Let me see here. She is not, but she goes into Andy Warhol. She goes into J.E., the big J.E. I can tell by the stuff she talks about. That's the reason why she doesn't have a super amount of subscribers. I I'm like walking on like this is like a tightrope to talk about stuff like this. You got to do it in a certain way. So let's go on to the next clip of Hayden here, and then we'll jump into some article stuff of what's happened to her. But this is just to give a little breakdown of who she is and what she's had to deal with so far. Journal entry. Okay, let's check that one out. Shout out to Lainey. Thank you so much for this.
Into our life, and you talked about this, and you were mentioning it to me earlier. You talked about, surviving your abusive relationship with your ex.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you about, because like I said before, it's like every time you go further in the book and deeper in the book, I can tell that you know your truth and you know who you are. And as you said earlier in our conversation today, you were like, but I don't know if I'm always good at knowing or trusting my gut or following through on it.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like I've let myself down so many times and let other people down so many times. And I've just, I worked so hard to create this incredible life and career, and I basically burnt it all to the ground essentially, and had to, start climbing up that mountain. And it happened, more than once, and having to try to get out of my own way was the most difficult part of it. It was almost like I would self-implode and destroy something good that I had going on before anybody else got a chance to. It was like, instead of setting myself up for failure, I knew I was going to fail. So I was going to just it might as well happen sooner rather than later. And it made me stop trusting myself. I mean, I wasn't even raised to trust myself. As I said before, like my instincts, aside from my instincts as an actor, as a human being, I was not I was not taught to really trust myself. I was taught to trust these people around me. It's been a really long road and a really hard road, and a really stressful road, trying to get back to that trust I had at one point when I was younger in myself, and how, knowing how important it is that you listen to yourself, that you listen to your gut. Every time that I have not listened to my gut, I have always regretted it. I found myself in a terrible position. The abuse, the fact that I allowed this person not only into my life, but for how long I put up with it. And this is a topic that I've been journaling a lot about it, trying to organize my thoughts and my feelings. And I did journal last night, and for the first time, I really feel like I was able to put into words what has been going on for the past decade of my life in regards to the abuse. And I was actually going to ask if I could read it, because I think it's really important. This topic is really important for me to word properly, word well, and so that the people listening really understand what I'm saying.
This is very interesting. Yeah, somebody, Bianca, she's like, who has that journal? Yeah, I wonder who has that journal now. Hayden didn't say anything like that, and she didn't name any famous people, and I would know. I have her journal, that whole thing going on. Somebody said it was a S ritual. Well, that's what it all is in Hollywood, right? Whether they know or not, right? People think Diddy was just a freak. You think he was just a freak? Or do you think he was like gathering energy when he would do these things? A lot of things he was doing, he was watching and putting people through. It's like, you think he was gathering up energy, perhaps, right? Through these type of things? That could be very possible. So yeah, it's all this weird ritual. But yeah, who has that journal? Who knows? It's gone now. right? You have to remember, like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. She's like, oh, I'm trying to put into words everything that happened to me. There is someone out there, multiple people perhaps, who's just like, oh, we can't have that. How about that? We can't have that at all. Not even close. Can we have her talking about everything she's had happen to her and putting it into words and putting it into books? Right? That becomes a problem. You remember, like, a lot of people don't know, Diddy had, was it an ex-wife? I think her name was Kim Porter. And it was said, I don't know for sure, but it was said that she was going to make a tell-all book about her experiences with Diddy and just in general with the industry. And, you know, she was married to Diddy. I think she was married to Diddy. I think they had kids together. I'm pretty sure. And as soon as she announced that book and she was working on it and she was like getting it together, she passed away. She was making a tell-all book, you know? That's usually how that happens. What's somebody saying here? You should find the clip of her asking her mom to allow her to lie or lie her life. Her mother told Hayden, "You owe me." That was sad. Really? 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 Oh, allow her to live her live her life. Her mother told me, "You owe me." Wow. Jeez. Someone said yes, pneumonia. Yeah, Kim Porter had pneumonia. You know, one of Diddy's security guards also had pneumonia. It was a security guard who was speaking out about stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, everybody's popping up with pneumonia. That would be like another person in the conservative sphere talking about certain things, and then all of a sudden it's like, poof, like, oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, it had nothing to do with this microphone. Don't be conspiracy theorists. Wearing the exact same microphone. Oh, you gave me that timestamp, Lainey. 14 minutes. Let's check. Let's check. I'm like messing up my words here. Let's check it out. Let me play this just a little bit, and I'm gonna jump over there. 14. Let me just put that right there.
Please, yeah.
It took me a long time to finally see the situation clearly. I've had to do a lot of soul searching and therapy around this topic because allowing somebody to get away with harming me was so unlike me. The more I thought about it and analyzed it, the more connections I made between the abuse I was allowing to transpire and the abuse gone through in my past. They say that you end up marrying one of your parents, and no, I'm not married, but I found a very interesting connection between this abusive behavior and my mother's abusive behavior. Even though they would both shake their heads and say I was crazy to think there was anything similar about the two of them, there definitely was. I realized that I was more afraid of being alone than being abused. And in order to be around that kind of behavior, it took me dulling my senses and numbing myself with substances in order to silence that rational voice in my head that was telling me exactly what was going on and the many reasons why I needed to get myself out of this toxic relationship and as far away from this person as possible. Somehow, every time I found the strength to get away from my abusers, they would always find their way back into my life one way or another.
That's wild. That's wild. That's exactly what Kanye was going through. Exactly like Kanye was going through. And now he's kind of, not to take the liberty of calling, his ex-wife that, but he is tied to those people forever. If you ever see, there's a scene with Kanye where he's like yelling. He's like, they're saying something about something he thinks. They're saying it doesn't matter. And he starts screaming, "It does matter. It does matter." And Kris Jenner's there because that's the one he's talking to. And she's just like completely emotionless. She's just sitting there. And there's just like 5 people in the room. They're all just sitting there while he just like flips out. And they try to make it look like it's just him flipping out. But it's like, you have these weird people who keep wiggling back into your life. That's where Ye is right now. Yeah, he keeps having these weird people wiggle back into his life somehow. Yeah, and that girl's talking about the exact same thing. You have a mother who does these things, leaves you with people who you think are protectors, and the next thing you know, right? Man. Anyway, let's go to this next clip here. Let me see.
I know in the book you also write about how there's this sense of what you were just saying about collecting all these notes and not wanting to almost let the kids down and become who they need you to be. It feels like that kind of became your relationship with your mom as well, where you didn't want to disappoint her.
Oh my gosh, that was my entire relationship with her. She was my boss. That's how I saw her. Even though she was the most supportive person when I, did what I was supposed to do and did it well and was the one cheering me on, it did feel like that was what I had to do to get her love. And that was, a tough pill to swallow. Everything was business. Everything was business focused. And I started at 8 months old. I can't even remember a time where she wasn't a momager. Where everything didn't revolve around business. And there were periods of time as I got older where we spent a lot of time traveling and on the road together, and I was the only person there. So I became the confidant and the assistant and the therapist and the shoulder to cry on and everything but her child.
Have you ever had the opportunity to tell her that and to have that conversation with her?
When I was 19, I finally got the guts got up the courage to split from her as business wise, because I desperately wanted a relationship with her, desperately wanted her to just be my mom. And so she came into my trailer during lunch when we were filming Heroes, and I said to her, I don't want us to work together anymore. I just want you to be my mom. And I remember being hopeful, but there was that part of me who knew her too well. But I also wasn't expecting the reaction that I got, which was, "You owe me." And that's all she said. And she walked out. And part of me was like, oh, I'm relieved that it was short, like rip the Band-Aid off. But then it was like this dark looming cloud, over my head going, what does she mean by I owe her? What form of payment is she expecting? And it was disappointing to find out that it was money and that she didn't pursue a relationship with me.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Mom was just like, listen, I'm a numbers guy. Okay. Listen, there's a lot of dollars that you're making. You're pretty, you're young. There's going to be a lot of dollars you're going to make. Okay. You're going to work until you're like 50, 60. There's a lot of dollars. So you're going to owe me. Okay. Some friends of mine have taught me about interest. I'm going to charge you interest. Okay. Crazy. That's wild. That's wild. See what I mean though? And I saw someone in the chat say that was her first handler. It's like, yeah, some people are willing to take it to that extent, right? And again, I can't say that her mom was a handler, but I mean, from what we know about handlers, I mean, even forget the term handlers, just not the best mom. If that's true, what she just said, why would she even have to lie at this point as a grown woman, 36 years old in that interview? Why would she have to lie about her mom? Why would she have to make up anything about her mom? Yeah, it's crazy. Really, really crazy. Here, let me jump over here really quick. Wow.
Yeah, little girl, is her daddy home?
Public place, you did it.
The best.
Okay, the best. Probably the Obama thing.
Okay. Probably the Obama thing. Okay.
All of them.
You write about a moment in your career where.
So this is just like someone putting together clips of not only her, but like just
all of them.
This guy's crazy.
And not one will be able to escape.
Oh my God. Then it's Diddy with Justin Bieber and the Obama thing and this and that. I mean, then you got this guy sniffing somebody. I mean, it's just a whole breakdown. Jeez. You know, Tom Hanks, of course. You guys know how this goes. There's too much music in it, though, but doing a great job. Whoever did that little breakdown here. There's another one I wanted to play, actually. Just her talking about, very similar to the channeling I was talking about with Jack Nicholson.
On cue, the way that I did.
Gosh, that is loud. Is that too loud for you guys? This is crazy loud for me.
It was in everything, literally every scene. And it went from being a kid and having to imagine just that your pet passed away or something. But then as I got older, the imagery became darker and darker and darker. And the emotion that I had to hold within me in order to get those trigger tears going. And it became harder and harder to jump out of it. I didn't know where my character started and where I ended. You know,
and where it began.
Just enmeshed.
But what was interesting to me, Hayden, is you said you began to associate those overtop performances with catastrophe with adoration.
Yeah.
That had to be confusing as a young child.
Very confusing. Very confusing. I mean, there I was, you know, feeling just this deep sadness. And then the people were so happy afterwards. And you do that over such a long period of time, years after years, that, you know, of course it's going to take its toll on you.
That's wild. That's her talking about crying on cue and what that ends up doing to you because everybody's so happy about it. Hayden, 911 call for a female in cardiac arrest, possible OD. Right. This is what TMZ had to say about this whole thing, or at least what they discovered. Let's see here.
For cardiac arrest, just no law. Fairview 1, engine to be responded for cardiac arrest, Justin Milwaukee. Mr. 1, medic 29 responding.
Respond and place a medic 29.
So this is just the call, and they're bleeping out so many things that can't be heard. Who knows? Who knows what they're bleeping out? Found passed away inside her South Carolina home. In emergency medical service, workers responded to a call, person in cardiac arrest, and an unresponsive female. Law enforcement sources tell us a Hayden's friend called 911 at 1:51 p.m. Sunday to report that the actress was unresponsive and in cardiac arrest inside the residence in Greenville. How would you know? How would you know somebody was like in cardiac arrest if they're unresponsive? TMZ obtained the audio, dispatchers responding. Okay. Let me see here what else they had. We're told Greenville police officers and EMS quickly responded. Paramedics attempted to resuscitate Hayden using advanced cardiac life support. Our sources say the treatment builds on CPR by adding special medicines, breathing tubes, and heart rhythm tracking. We're told paramedics also did chest compressions on Hayden, but nothing could bring her back to life. She was pronounced dead at 2:32 p.m. Police say there were no initial signs of foul play. Circumstances surrounding her passing did not appear to be suspicious. Okay, well, thank God for that, huh? The Greenville County coroner will perform an autopsy Monday to determine the cause and manner of death. Wow, wild. I mean, that just seems like too much of a coincidence for me. Way too much of a coincidence. It's crazy. Anyway, let me see here. Wow. Okay. Let's move on from that. And then there's also the situation of like Hayden, cops reviewing security footage from the apartment complex. Has to do with these two guys. Not sure what they're suggesting here from the apartment complex. In South Carolina, they're trying to get their hands on surveillance footage that's said to show Hayden entering and exiting the apartment complex where she passed away. TMZ obtained the police report, heavily redacted incident report, which reveals the complex officer has CCTV footage of Hayden, her boyfriend Brian Hickerson, and his brother Zach Hickerson on the premises. A responding officer wrote, "I spoke with the officer of Judson Mills and advised he has CCTV footage of all three individuals coming and going. He will be doing a supplemental report and uploading the footage." That's really weird. Okay. So they were some of the last people. They must have been questioned by now, obviously. They would have to be. The concierge officer is typically a security professional or off-duty cop who lives on site and helps monitor the complex. The footage could give investigators clear timeline of Hayden, Brian, and Zach's movements before she suffered cardiac arrest Sunday afternoon and passed away. Wow. That's crazy. TMZ reported Zach entered the residence and found her cardiac arrest while Brian was sleeping in a separate bedroom. Huh. That's weird. That's very weird. So this guy comes in, enters the residence, finds this girl, cardiac arrest, brother sleeping in the other room. 911 is called by Zach, and then he wakes up his brother. First responders attempted to revive her. She was pronounced dead, 2:32, less than an hour after the call was placed. Whoa. Yeah, someone said not sus at all. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Because what are they talking about in this article? Hayden, why are they saying female? Call for a female. Oh, female in cardiac arrest. Okay. Yeah, the whole very, very odd. The whole thing's very, very odd. I mean, and I don't know either of those guys. They're not even the oddest thing to me. The only odd thing to me so far is the fact that she was just talking about getting her whole story out, from the famous people who tried to do things to anyone who did actually do things. And then she passes away, right? That's usually how it happens. When you look at Hollywood and you look at the people going nuts and whatnot, it's usually around the time that they start speaking out about stuff, right? That's when all of a sudden this happens. It's weird. So I won't say the brothers did anything. I mean, I'm sure they're being questioned. Brian also showed police a bag of medication Hayden had been taking a bag of medication. Specific meds were not identified in the police report, though it appears 9 different things were redacted. Hayden's cause and manner of death has not been determined. An autopsy shows no signs of trauma, and toxicology results are pending. Wow. That's something else. Okay. Well, that is what's going on with Hayden. I'll play a couple more things. Then I'll look into that spy plane really quick. We'll end it on the. You know what, Bianca? That's actually a great thing to bring up. Like a bag of medication, they're setting up the narrative. It's very interesting you say that, right? Because isn't that what Candace was just telling us with Twitch? I mean, and Candace wasn't saying it, but his wife was like, "Hey, listen, we were going through his closet. We found a bunch of stuff. It was just all there." And then we realized he was suffering in quiet, in private, in the dark. And none of us had any idea about it, but we found a whole bunch of stuff. What did she say? She found a box of stuff that he was taking. This person has a bag of stuff that they were taking. Yeah. That's something. Shout out to Bianca. Thank you so much for putting that out there. They set the stage for the right story, their story, not hers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. Let me find out these brothers are from Utah. Come on. Can't say that. I'm kidding. They're not from Utah. Obviously, I'm going to check, but from what I know, they're not from Utah. You know, there's no way. There's just no way. You know. And then I'll just say Hayden. Right? There's no way. There's no way. Hayden. On again, off again boyfriend. Oh. So they were like back and forth, and they had, fair to say, I think, a toxic type of relationship. Where is he from? They can't say Utah. I'll throw my computer out. And you know how much I don't want to throw my computer out. You know I want to keep my computer. Oh, man. Okay, he's from South Carolina. There you go. He's from South Carolina. Come on. Born in April, his birthday's close to Candace's birthday, I'm just going to say any ties to Utah. I mean, that's what you got to look up from now on, right? It's just like you always got to check out the Google Trends. That's enough. I wish I knew how to use Google Trends. I would look into Hayden right now with Google Trends, see who was looking her up, It just says Universal Studios. Her name was searched 1,000 times at Universal Studios, Okay, he has no connection to Utah, guys. He's good. He's good. Hold on. Is he LD? I'm just checking if he's LD. That's all. No. Yeah, I won't. Just checking. Just giving it a look-see. Okay. Yeah. No. There's nothing there. Nothing there. There you go. He's a regular guy. Yeah. He's Christian. That's it. No denomination. That's all. Okay. Cool. Given his background in South Carolina and lack of ties to Utah, there's no factual basis to claim he is, a churchgoer. Anyway. No. He's none of those things. He's not Philadelphian or anything. Just a guy in a back and forth relationship with a lady. But yeah, that's very interesting that you bring that up, Bianca. Very, very interesting. Yeah, they do that. When somebody passes, they tend to do that. They will say, well, this person, this person struggled with this, they struggled with that. It's like Aaron Carter. What is Aaron Carter? One of the last things Aaron Carter says is to Kanye, he's like, yo, we need to talk, man. Because Kanye's outing all these people who are telling him they're going to take him back to La La Land and all this stuff. And then Aaron Carter's like, we got to talk. And then he gets found in a bathtub. What? Okay. Whitney Houston got found in a bathtub at a party. And when they found her, they kept the party going. Okay. But I'm the weird guy for bringing this stuff up. It's crazy. Anyway, mom was definitely Philadelphian. I don't even know. Let's see what she had to say here. Then I'll jump over to the spy plane things you guys keep telling me about. All right. Devin Chase, who passed away a year ago, or Dev, I don't know how to say that name. They set him up to fail. Always talking about their struggles and not their achievements. Yeah, true. That's very true. That's very true what you're saying there, Bianca. Bianca, ladies and gentlemen, co-host of the show. For this segment, at least. Always talking about their struggles and not their achievements. They set them up to fail. They did the same thing to that person, Mr. Chase. I assume Mr. Chase, who passed away this year. That's very true. And that reminds me of something Dave Chappelle said. When Dave Chappelle went on his crazy rant, when he ran away to Africa, the first thing he did when he got back, I think it was even before Oprah, he sat down with James Lipton from inside the actor's studio. James Lipton was a great interviewer, and it was an incredible interview. the people in the audience. Inside the actor studio was a class. Okay. It was a class. So you were an actor, you were in acting school, and they would have this one class that was inside the actor studio where you'd sit and you'd listen to the biggest names in Hollywood, all the biggest actors, and they would Spotify, your episode is unblocked. When did you block it? Jeez. You guys are right. Candace shouldn't do the Spotify thing, huh? Jeez. Why was it blocked at all? Okay. What the hell? Whatever. But they would listen to the biggest names in the industry just talk about their journeys. Al Pacino talking about sleeping inside a theater, just all sorts of stuff like that. James Lipton was an incredible interviewer. So he sits down with Dave Chappelle. One thing Dave Chappelle said when he was in that interview, he sat down, he was talking about, people going crazy in Hollywood. And he was like, why do you think Martin Lawrence, and this has actually happened, if you know Martin Lawrence, famous comedian, he goes, why do you think Martin Lawrence is running down the street half naked, screaming, they're trying to kill me while waving a gun in the air, right? They said it was exhaustion. But one thing that Dave Chappelle said, he goes, no one who gets to sit in front of you is a weak person. He goes, we're all very strong people. Like, that's how we get to these positions. We're not weak people. So he goes, so why do you think these people who are strong people are just going nuts all the time? And then he says, he goes, maybe the industry is just a little effed up, right? And he takes a drag of his cigarette, everybody starts cheering because they know what he's trying to say. Right? He didn't run away to Africa because he's some crazy person. He ran away to Africa because there were some wild things happening. Right? He talks about his friend, Neil Brennan, who helped him do the show. He talks about it in that interview. And he goes, Neil spent 18 hours a day with me. And when the news asked him if I smoked crack, he said, I don't know. It's like, how do you not know? You're with me all the time. You'd know if I was smoking crack. Right? But I always think of that. It's like, they're not weak people. That's why I always give people the benefit of the doubt. And I say, well, they're not dumb. Right? Because they get into these positions. You're not exactly, unless it's like straight nepotism, like your dad is just clearing the way in life for you. Yeah, you got to have a little bit of smarts in some area to get to where you're at. And this lady's no different. This is not a dumb lady, right? She had ability. She had strength in some area. In order to do this, even if you're in it when you're a kid and you're just kind of pushed into it, you still have these abilities. And just like you said, they talk about your weaknesses. They talk about that stuff, but they don't talk about your achievements. They don't build you up as a strong person after you pass. They talk about all the things that you would have struggled with. And I think a lot of times that is to set some kind of narrative. Let's play this really quick.
Literally came out, not just her face like resembling mine, but she is my personality. She just is. I saw her in her school play once. It was more of like a Christmas special thing, and she was more concerned about directing the kid next to her in his steps than she was about what she was doing. And it's like leaving this poor kid alone. Like, just do your stuff. And she's like, come on, man, like, turn around. What's wrong with you? Going like this in front of everyone. I was like, that's mine. That's my kid.
She's talking about her kid there. And yeah, she's definitely on something in that. That's why when they're on something, it's fine. There's no chance of anything happening to you while you're on something and you're dazed and confused and you're just going through things, But when you sober up and you get back in shape, and you got your mind back and you remember everything that happened to you and you're trying to journal everything out. You're trying to just, like make sure everything's laid out so you can put it in books and talk about it. All of a sudden, then all of a sudden something happens. Weird. You think in this position, all of a sudden the cardiac arrest would happen. Nope. Happens when she's nice, sober, looking good. That's when it happens. Interesting. Always happens like that in Hollywood, And now they're at the point where the remains are ready for release. So I guess they have done some kind of report. Someone said, Bianca said, Hayden was strong. The most consistent part of her memoir was the fact that she overcame every obstacle, everyone. And this year, she had reached great success only to OD. Come on. Yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. That's what I mean. They make sure. They make sure to do something to you. Even now, people like, I was playing this clip. People are like, oh man, you can hear her slurring her words. It's like, nah, she's fine in this clip. 100% fine. Believe you me, I've been around way more drug addicts and drug people than you guys have. Believe me. I wasn't saved 20 years ago. I was only saved 3 years ago. She's completely fine in this video here. Completely fine. You know? Then it's like, oh, well, you know, she was suffering. You wouldn't know. Right? It's kind of similar. I was friends with her. You weren't friends with her. You wouldn't know what she was going through. You know? Anyway. That heart attack thing is untraceable. Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, let's go to this spy plane thing. Where how do I find this spy plane thing you're talking about? This had to yeah, you know, like somebody just said, she's like articulating her thoughts in this one. It's like, yeah, and getting up the courage to actually talk about this famous person who tried to do something to her. And she knows she's going to be in trouble. People in Hollywood, they know they're going to be in trouble if they say certain things. They know. And again, I don't know if it was Jack Nicholson. I have no idea who it was. But, you know. Kai Cenat. Someone says, I know Kai Cenat. Oh, man, I could talk all about Kai Cenat. Let me tell you something. Anyway. Let's get to this spy plane thing. Let's jump over here. Where do we find this spy plane thing that's going on? Let me see here. I had Barron's episode pulled up. Was it during his supers? Yeah, it's during his supers, isn't it? Okay. No, you're a 1,000,000% wrong. Here's the thing that you don't get. When people do any, like, I've always noticed this with people. I used to work with a guy. I used to be a roofer, right? And I would work with this dude. He was from Chicago. And he'd be like, what's going on, baby? What's going on, baby? And he was an incredible roofer. I mean, the guy that owned the company was just getting lessons in roofing from him, but he was a crackhead. So he'd teach us a bunch of stuff. We'd get stuff done. And then he'd disappear because he'd get money and he'd just go on a bender. And then his family straight up would find him in like garbage cans and all sorts of stuff. He just couldn't. He would get it together for like 3 weeks and be like, this is incredible. And then he'd just be gone. And you knew he was going to be gone for like 8 days. Like, you knew. If he didn't show up one day, if he wasn't 20 minutes early, you knew he was just gone. And he's all like, what's going on, baby? Oh, man. He was like Tyrone Biggums. But the thing about it was, he was like Tyrone Biggums when he was sober. Because there's some things that you take where it just stays on you. And people can tell, at least people like me who are well-versed in this stuff, they can tell that you have taken something. Like, I know if somebody is, I'll just say H. If somebody was addicted to H and they've been clean for 10 years and I talk to them, I will know that that's what they were doing. If they were addicted to crack and it hasn't been 10 years since they've touched it, I will know that's what they used to do. It's like a perma thing that you can just see on people. So trust me, you don't know what you're talking about, PK. And I'm just going to say I know more about it. I'm not going to get into why in the life that I used to have, but I know way more about it. You know, it's just a thing. Mike, I'm with you on this, bro. Yeah, man. It's just a thing. You see it in some people where you can just be like, that guy used to be on something. He's fine now, but I can tell he used to take something. And you can usually tell what it is by the way that they act or the way that they move. You know, it's very hard to explain. Very, very hard to explain, but she's definitely not that. You can just tell. You can see it in the eyes. It's not just in how she's talking. Again, very nervous to have to talk about this. It's not a smooth thing to be like, oh, I'm just going to be on this podcast in front of millions of people. And I'm just going to tell them about this very famous person that tried to do this to me when I was 18. And then thinking in my head, should I talk about the person that tried to do it when I was 12? Maybe I won't do that. You know, Should I name this person? If I name this person, it's going to be a lot of trouble. I might even get sued. Oh, buddy. You have no idea. You have no idea. It's rough. It's very rough. Anyway, let's try and find this thing. Anyway, let's see. It was in the supers. Ah, man. That's tough to find in barren land in the supers. Jeez, that's a tough thing to try and find. Let's see if we can find this in the supers. What would we write in the supers? Someone says horseradish. H. Yes. H stands for horseradish. Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. 2 hours, 40 minutes. Beautiful. Let's go. Let's check it out. Because I saw somebody posted a clip of it, but I didn't bookmark it. It was early in the morning. Dang, this is like... Are you bringing me to the very end of the episode? What are you doing? All right, let's see.
Our super chats, please get some rest and feel better. Nurse Casey, come get him. Christ is king indeed. That's a good question. I should have just called Nurse Casey and been like, what the hell's going on with me? What do I need to take? Black seed oil and vitamin C? Alp? Phones now saved to clouds. Losing irrelevant. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't considered that. Sorry I'm late. This is where we register to vote, right? Made sure not bring my ID so we can keep this line of moving. I'm very confused. I have no idea what that meant. None. Marin and Daisy, thank you for another great episode. Was there gunshot residue in Tyler Robinson's car? Christ is king indeed. We don't know the answer to that, but we know they got a warrant for exactly that. So I'm assuming they conducted the test. I don't know why they wouldn't have. People on X reporting Haiti's spy plane just flew over Candace and Barron's Furman Files post. Yeah, that was the disturbing message I got. You guys wondered what that was. Did I just catch a Haiti spy plane flying over Candace during her show? I noticed a luxury jet flying abnormally low, pulled up flight radar that just happened to be a Hades aircraft. Not making any claims, but stay frosty. Yeah, that's crazy. Looks like it was in Nashville. I'm gonna look it up. I know what the tail number is.
Wow. Really?
I'm looking it up as we speak.
No way.
Then it went to Colin, Texas. Yeah, it sure did fly over her house. Or close. So it flew in on the 18th at 6:51 p.m. last night. And it flew out today at that was today, 6:51 p.m. And it flew out at 7:08. Is that right?
What?
Yeah. I mean, it didn't go right. I don't want to give too much away. It didn't go right over anyone's house. Certainly not mine. Nor hers. But it was close. It was too close for comfort, I'll tell you that. That's crazy. I mean, that is crazy talk there.
Whoa.
It flew right over my house on the way into town. I mean, a couple of miles maybe at most.
Whoa.
While I was on the air.
Wow.
Y'all, I didn't send those text messages. I don't know what they sent, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's crazy. Thank you. How would TR have known police detained a crazy old man, confessed to the shooting if he was Spider-Maning down the side of the building at the moment? Yeah, but he didn't send that text for another 10 hours.
That's crazy. So there was a spy plane that flew over their houses. That's crazy. Whoa. Huh. While he was on air. And then in the debate, the only focus that Andrew really had, the only focus that he really stayed very clear on was Erika Kirk. Okay. Wow. That is wild. That is nuts. That is nuts. I was name dropped on Candace's episode. Yeah. Jeez. Well, I don't know what that means. I kind of think I know what that means. Kind of. But for the most part, I don't know what that means. You know, what was Candace saying when it came to the planes all those months ago? She was saying a lot of times she thought they were tracking Charlie, and a lot of times they're actually just around her. They're around Erika. And then again, they're talking about Erika. Then they're around there. I wonder. Any communication with devices possible? What can a spy plane do? What can a spy plane do? You guys know? I have no idea. What can it do? Can it like scan devices? Spy plane, reconnaissance, aircraft design. Oh, I have read this before. I have covered this before. Collecting imagery intelligence, signal intelligence, electronic intelligence. They are equipped with sophisticated sensors, cameras, and electronic intercept systems to monitor foreign territories, track military movements, and detect radar emissions without engaging in combat. Let me see here. Could they track a device on a person and know the surroundings of that device's location? I wonder. Someone said a better question. What can't they do? I wonder if someone, oh yes. So what they could do, these planes, they could track a device that's on a person and know the surroundings of that device's location. Right? So like if you were in someone's house and you were like, you know, just someone in a house, no examples, just someone in a house, could they track this device that's on you, whatever device it might be, and then know the layout of what's around that person via that device? And they're saying yes. Yeah. AI, right? Yes. Spy planes can track a specific device on a person and analyze the surroundings of that device's location, primarily mimicking cell towers and intercepting wireless signals. Remember what I said about Wi-Fi? Device tracking capabilities. Spy planes equipped with cell site simulators, often stingrays or dirt boxes, is what they're called, act as fake cell towers. Wow. They trick nearby mobile phones into connecting with them rather than legit carrier Wow. Jeez. Geolocation by measuring signal strength using triangulation from aircraft. These systems can pinpoint a device's location with high precision, often down to a specific building or apartment complex. Mass collection, unlike ground-based units, aerial simulators have a wider range and collect data from tens of thousands of phones in a single flight. Wow. Okay. Signal interception, advanced tech aircraft like the RC-135 can detect and locate emissions from various devices, including satellite, satellite phones, push-to-talk radios, and even encrypted devices, providing pattern of life data on targets. Ooh, interesting. Well, that is wild. That is wild. So if someone was in a house that was owned by someone that you liked, they could be pinpointed and they could know the layout of said house through different wireless Wi-Fi type signals. Wow. So they could, wow. Huh. Right over Baron's house, right over Candace's house. Oh, man. Whoo-wee. Man. I wonder. I should check things out. I should probably give it a look-see. Anyway. Like Crowder being inside Candace's house. Well, Crowder wasn't directly in there, but someone else was. Who knows, right? Man. Coach can see the wheels turning. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I've covered these planes before when all this came up. I at the time, Candace hadn't had people in her house and anything like that. And when we were questioning these things, these planes or whatever, we weren't talking about them being over Candace's house. We were just talking about them being around Erika and Charlie Kirk all the time. That's all we were looking at. So it's a different scenario now. Very different scenario. Anyway, we'll see. Pray for Candace, right? That's what Stu Peters, notice that? That's what Stu Peters was saying just what, like last week before, he was saying that, maybe 10 business days ago, he was saying that. Man, pray for Candace, pray for Baron. In Jesus' name, please protect those two voices. Please make sure they're safe. Please make sure their families are safe. And please make sure that even in these stressful situations, when they find out this information, that they still have your peace surrounding them and in their hearts. Allow good things to happen to them and take people who have evil intentions, harmful intentions, take them and cast them far away from their path, far away from their houses, far away from their families. In Jesus' name, amen. Anyway, let's move on. Crazy. When you pray for people, you should actually, say a little prayer, Don't want to just kind of say it. We're over for time, though. Going way over here. Luckily, we don't have that many coffees. We're going to do the coffees first. We don't have that many. Don't worry. It's all right. Nuts. That is a wild thing to have happening, man. Wild thing. For the love of the game, thank you so much. Somebody just for the love of the game threw a coffee at us. Just splashing coffee in our faces here. Phil, Coach is the best comedy on the internet. Love your work, bro. From the land down under. Good on ya. Good on ya, Phil. Oh, good on ya. Tyler Robinson getting off isn't even the beginning of Turning Point USA's concern. Instead, it's what'll happen afterwards. Imagine if Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't offed, but instead made it to trial and found innocent. Let's assume they did nothing about the conspiracy, aka the Gov wasn't held accountable. Big surprise, rolling eyes. You would still have the LHO on Candace, Tucker, etc. doing interviews. Yeah. I'll say it after. I hope we make it to the point with Tyler, to that point. Set up the interview, Coach. I would not be sitting down with Tyler. Imagine, though, Candace sitting down with Tyler. That would be like, jeez, good God. That would be wild. That would be very wild. I mean, imagine that. I mean, you have to think, when it comes to like a Tyler interview, it would happen whether he was found guilty or not. I mean, if he got sentenced to pass away, I mean, that would be a little harder. But you know, if he got life, I think there's still going to be interviews with him. I think people are still going to talk to him. I think there's still going to be doubt. I think there's still going to be doubt. I mean, look at OJ. OJ got off. People thought he did it until the day he died, right? I mean, it's crazy. Someone says, Alley Cat says, you got the shout out. I've been watching you for months on a routine basis, ever since I was looking for a truly digestible channel to listen to that's both hilarious, you definitely are, quit playing, and informative from a real Christian perspective. And I just want to say congrats. You've definitely earned that shout out. Christ is King. Christ is King indeed. Thank you so much. It's so crazy. Oh, I am frozen. Whoa. Your boy is frozen. Jeez. Well, that's how spiritual warfare works, guys. When you say prayers and stuff like that, that's what happens. It's all good. We're here. We're here. But, you know, that's crazy. It's crazy to hear people say, oh, you say things from a Christian perspective. It's such a wild thing, knowing where I come from. Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so out of this world. Somebody's like, oh, you have such a good Christian perspective. Oh my gosh, it's so weird. It's so crazy the work God will do with you. It's just unimaginable. And you didn't do anything to deserve it. You know, it's crazy. Some chick online, I haven't been able to watch your videos live for the last couple of days. It just keeps lagging and loading. It's obvious on my side though. Maybe. I seem to be able to watch it when it's not live, but I wanted to note where you said no one's talking about Hayden. I actually learned about her passing yesterday, Monday, from the podcast The Truth Is. I assume that's how you say it. The Truth Is. This guy goes into the demonic and demons pulling over Hollywood. He had a good video on her. And just and how just very recent she told a story about being on a ship. Yes, exactly. And shoved into a room with a very famous person. Exactly. And someone she thought was a dear friend to her who shoved her into that room. And then what was it? A month later, 3 months later, she passes away. Yeah, it's crazy. It's big coincidence. Let me see here. And this one I already read from Teresa. Already read this one from Teresa. I'm pretty sure. Let me see here. Candace covered Steven Crowder. Yeah. In the Daily Wire days. Yeah. I read this one. Perfect. Let's switch over to these super chats. Ladies and gentlemen, full screen on this. Full screen ahead. Ha, that's so nerdy. Totally hoodwinked by Nichols Fuentes. Oh man, you know, it's just it's a weird thing, you know. When we feel hoodwinked is a weird thing. Cuz it's like if you sit and listen to him, what do you think he's going to be wrong about everything? So it's like no, he won't be wrong about it. Not even Officer Tatum's wrong about everything. Not even Benny Johnson is. And Joe Rogan's definitely not. It's just it's weird. It's weird the way it happens when you feel hoodwinked, right? I don't know. It's so weird. Like even you can say what you want about the president. It's like the border's not doing what the border was doing before. It's better now. So it's not, you know, I guess no one's all bad is what I'm saying. Yeah. But sometimes the bad thing is just so bad that it's just like you can't ignore it. It's that type of thing. Rachel Wilson is the Temu version of Regina George. Really? That's amazing. That must be a really nice lady, Regina. Like a really nice, down-to-earth lady. The P in PBD stands for profit. Profit Bet David. That's amazing. Thank you for all the sparkles and the silver stars and the treats and the marshmallows and the silver stars and the gold coins. Thank you so much. Andrew Wilson and Clancy Brown are twins. Who is Clancy Brown? Clancy Brown? Let me see here. What? What are you talking about? They're twins? They're not twins. You're nuts. What are you talking about? This guy? Why are they twins? He's not twins with that guy. Oh, come on. That's crazy. Maybe in his younger years, I don't know. I mean, that's the first I've even heard of that name. I can't even think. Let me just see here. Janet, crazy that this new security footage isn't horizontally compressed like the parking garage footage. Who would have guessed? Yeah, isn't that interesting? I wonder what's going on with that whole thing. What's going on with the footage? Is it really just a bunch of decoys and they're trying to hide that? You know? Like I always, as somebody, when you're in the tinfoil world, right? When you're draped in the tinfoil, the illustrious tinfoil, you even have to question yourself and your own thought processes sometimes. And it's like, is that what's going on? Like it's that high up that the footage that they're showing, like, and who's corrupt in that situation? Is it the prosecution that would be corrupt, or is it the UVU campus police because they have their own police there? Is it them? And it goes that deep into the Utah system. It's like, geez. Someone's just like, yes, sir. Someone's just like, yes, sir. Yep. There you go. Yeah, it makes you, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, because if that's what's going on, it's even scarier, right? If Tyler Robinson was just, he gets on the stand, he's like, I did it, it was me, blah blah blah, you'd kind of be like, oh, okay. But if he's like, no, I didn't, if he says no, I wasn't on campus, or I that's not me in the stairwell, that's not me there, that's not me who jumped, that becomes it becomes very freaky, weird. It becomes freaky and weird, you know. If it becomes like, well, I mean, they made it seem like I was gonna, my parents would be in danger and they would go to my parents' house with a SWAT team in my own house, and someone could get hurt. How freaky would it be if he's like, I've never blown out Lance Twig's back. I've never done that once. He'd be like, oh my God, this corruption knows no bounds. What? He never blew out Lance's back. He never blew out Lance's back. He never blew out Lance's back. Oh my gosh. It'd be crazy. I just had a thought. What if Charlie was asleep in Gigi's room the night before he passed because he knew he was going to pass and he wanted to spend as much time as possible with her before he passed away? Well, Gigi was actually with Erika, and that is said why he was in that room. So Erika said she had Gigi in the bed, and because Charlie's such a big man, better off that you sleep in her bed so you can get a good night's sleep and not be woken up by, whatever kids do. Kids go nuts sometimes in bed. They just do things. So that's actually why he was in that room. So he didn't get to spend time with her, sadly. And again, that's just I think that's according to Erika. I think Erika's the one that revealed that. Who else would know? You have become a daily for me. You're so funny. Thank you so much, As Knows. Ash Knows Wears Tinfoil. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Attention, all Candace haters. Please leave the comedy to Coach Colin. Yeah, you know what? I would have to agree. Leave it to the professionals. Yeah. This comedy stuff can get dangerous. It can get very dangerous sometimes if you're not careful. And another shout out to Bianca. Thank you so much for laying everything out the way you did for us. Appreciate that. I think, I'm not sure what else there's to look into Hayden, but I would like to look into more, to hear more. Anyway, let me go here. See Zach this morning, timestamp 47:21. It's about Baron's show last night, 2:46. Are you talking about the plane? I think that's what you're talking about. You have to be talking about that. It's around the same timestamps. Shout out to Zach Costello. Facts can can spot your current and ex addicts from a mile away when you've been around those kinds of people most of your life. I don't know, but I know. I don't know. I know. Yeah, it's so true. I mean, when you've just been around them, you can just tell. You can just tell when people are sober, when they're not. It's especially, like, I don't know, as much as I was around people like that, you can just tell. You can tell when they have a past. You can tell when it's current and they're just sober for the time being, because you can tell the difference between somebody who is recovered and someone who's jonesing for something and they just can't get a hold of it right now. I mean, it becomes so apparent, especially horseradish. That's so apparent when people are doing that. Pills, it's so apparent. Anyways, guys, that is it. Let's get on out of here, ladies and gentlemen. RIP to Hayden. And Candace will be going live. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. Candace is going to go live. I think Baron's going to go live as well. Can't wait to see Baron. Hopefully he digs a little deeper into those spy planes. It's very weird. Did they check to see if Lance asked for that day off of work? I wonder. The day he was just sleeping? I wonder. I don't know. I have not heard anything about that at all. Someone said night. Oh, Baron's going live like what now? Okay. Got to give your life to Christ, baby. Exactly. That's a perfect place to end it off. Got to give your life to Christ as soon as possible, Anyways, guys, I am out of here. God bless all of you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who stayed the whole time. We lost a few thousand people as we expand into Hayden and whatnot, but you know what? All good. Not everybody can sit around for hours like us, and that's all good. But thank you guys so much. And we will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. I know it's been 10:15 a couple times. I gotta get my ducks in a row before I go to sleep tonight so I can actually hit the 10 a.m. Anyways, guys, I am out of here. Thank you guys again so much. I'll see you soon.